we are live now. Um, let's see. Okay, so I think we are live now, and I'm just going to share the stream. Let me see here. This is my first time doing this, so excuse me for being a little bit bad. So I think we finally are live, so that's good. And yeah, I was thinking about doing a topical show of just discussing how the transfer window has been so far. Um, and hello to Rich. It's a bit dark here. Let me just see here. Okay, so I wanted to discuss on how the transfer window has been so far, and um, yeah, I want to hear you guys' opinion on it. Um, like we have bought two players now. We have bought Andre Santos and Tielemans. But I think we should do more. Uh, and yeah, I'm going to wait a little bit until more people see the stream, so I'm not just talking to myself. Um, but um, but yeah, um, I'm going to wait a little bit, I think, until some more joins the stream. So I'm back. It's uh it's not Rich. I have to disappoint you, Tyrone. It's only me. But yeah, it is a bit late, but I thought I have a bit of insomnia. I've been on holiday, and my sleeping schedule has been very bad lately. So uh, I thought I would do like a really late night stream, just chatting, and that's what I thought. It would be nice to don't do like news or anything like that. Just us fans, just talking about the transfer window so far. Um, and I really want you guys' opinion, honest opinion on how the transfer window has gone so far. Um, So yeah, I thought it would be good because I've been away for such a long time, and it's uh, um, it's so much to say about the transfer window and the road ahead, and yeah, I thought it would be nice to just do like a chill, very laid back vibe show at night for those who want to join. So yeah, my first question to the chat. I know there's um, a lot of time left. Not a lot of time, but what would you rate the window right now? So I know it's so far and things can change, but like right now, how would you rate it from 1 to 10? And hello to the handsomest prince in the world, WDB. It's nice to see you. Let me see. Uh, Rich says some late night legends. Yeah. And if you could share the stream on socials or whatever, that would be nice. But, if it's just us, I'm so happy with that as well because you are the legends and I don't need a lot of people. I just need the right people. Tyrone says, I'm not happy with the window, if I'm honest. What are you not happy about? Like, I think I know, but tell me, like, what if you had to choose, like, what are you the least happy about? Because there's a lot to say. You could probably write an essay, but like, what bugs you the most? Is it outgoings? Is it the players that we bought? Is it the players that we missed out on? What was it? What is it? Uh, WDB says 2 out of 10. I would agree. I would agree. But yeah, things can change. Um, and Rich says 3 out of 10 if it closed now. Wow, if it closed now, then I would give it actually a 1 out of 10 because yeah. So, but obviously that's a hypothetical and we are going to do stuff. But if it closed now, I would give it a 1 out of 10 because you know we haven't yeah, I think we only have kind of replaced Casemiro, and just imagine if we still had Casemiro, we'd probably need two more midfielders anyways. Um, so yeah, I don't think we've kind of replaced him as well. And you know, one thing that I am the most unhappy about maybe because I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, we missed out on so and so," and that annoys me as well. But outgoings, man, outgoings. We are not selling any players, and that's why I feel like you see, like even Spurs are selling like Bergwall. They're trying to sell him for like 40, 50 million quid, like bench players for Spurs who nearly got relegated. And you see Forest sells like all the clubs in the Premier League, like they sell players, which means they can reinvest. But like Yeah, no one wants our players, it seems like. Um, um, and that's what annoys me the most. That how do I say this in a nice way? Like, when we won titles, remember that time? Um, we would be like, but we still need to sell a few, buy a few just to like shape things up. I feel like we are acting like we've won the title 3 years in a row, if you get me. Like some of these players I wanted to sell last summer, the summer before, the summer before that. Like we don't sell, we just keep. And the only ones we actually sell tends to be the ones like nobody wants our shit, but the few players that others want are either very new or they are good players. So, for example, like Masraoui, if we sold him, I would be so angry because, like, it's like we are kind of keeping the rotten apples, and I'm not saying those players are rotten apples, but you get me. Like, I feel like we are keeping the shit that nobody wants, and the only players we can sell is the players we should keep. Um, Let me see. Jules, hello, hello, Jules. Good night, not even evening. Um, Rich says, have Chelsea switched from under 25 to over 35? Some strange deals. No, I think it's smart in the case of like you can say what you want about the players though, but one of my friends is a Chelsea supporter, like in real life. And I've said to him like for ages, like it's okay you go out and just buy kids, but you have to have some older players there. And I know there's a middle ground, like it's not like 35-year-olds or 20-year-olds, but I feel like Welbeck is a good addition and Henderson not that sold on, but they tried to get Chaka, and it's so obvious it's Xabi Alonso who want this. This is not Chelsea Football Club who wants to like invest in Welbeck. This is clearly the manager who wants just more because they're just a bunch of kids, so they need more senior. And you obviously could argue then go for better senior players. I get that, but obviously this isn't Chelsea TV. But yeah, um, um, so, let me see. Yeah, Jules, this is I'm doing like a laid back, you know, status update on how the window is going and not like an update from me, but like with the chat and everyone. Like I just want to hear everyone's opinion. I know the transfer window isn't closed yet, but um, we are in the end of July, and the thing that annoys me is kind of like we knew about Casemiro like maybe 18 months ago. Like I wanted a new midfielder like long ago, like 18 months ago or 12, 24 months ago. Yeah, we've needed an upgrade in the midfield, and yeah, I just thought I wanted to do like a late night chat about the window because I have my thoughts, but I like to have others' opinion as well because I have my own thoughts about the transfer window. So I was like, my head is about to explode the last few weeks because I'm so fed up about the club, about what we do, what gets put out there. So I just wanted to like hear, am I crazy? Am I overreacting? What's everyone else's opinion? Because I don't like staying in an echo chamber and just talk to people that agree with me. I like discussions. So I asked the other ones, Jules, what would you rate the window so far out of 1 to 10? And I know there's still time, but let's say the window closed today. What would you give it so far? Um, Jules say Welbeck should have been a tap-in signing for us. It made sense on every level, and I agree. Rich knows I've been screaming out for, you know, a backup striker for ages. And I also think we are like Chelsea in terms of we need more professional players, and by professional players, I mean senior players who apply themselves right, with the right mentality, with the right attitude. And I just felt like Welbeck would have been such uh, tap-in is the word. Uh, but at the same time, I 100% agree with Tyrone. Like, there's a real obsession with bringing Welbeck back. And you know what? Let me know what you think about this, Tyrone. But I was thinking about, why is this obsession? And I think it's just an obsession because we are like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an analogy, but it's a bit late. Um, but we are so starving for a backup striker or just any signings. And that's what I try to like check myself. And you guys in the chat, let me know if you do this as well. I kind of have to sometimes check myself and remember we are Manchester United, because sometimes I get like drifted into like, yeah, we should buy Truffert from Bournemouth, or like, yeah, that'd be a decent signing. But am I just saying that because I just want us to sign anything? Or am I saying it because I think it will help us bridge the gap between Arsenal and City and everyone? And that's the thing about like Welbeck. Like, I'm not going to get angry and like, why are we not getting Welbeck? Like like Jules say, it is a tap in, but at the same time, I would much rather us go for a Watkins or an Ivan Toney, like, but I want a striker. So if you ask me, do I want Welbeck or nobody? Of course I want Welbeck, but yeah, I sometimes have to check myself in this window because Ineos had made me like a starving, homeless kid who just goes out on the street and like somebody gives me like a burger has been on the street for like 3 days and I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. I'm so hungry. That's what I feel like. And sometimes I have to be like, no, no, we have to we have to expect better. Like, they have manipulated even me, and most fans, and I'm trying to like unmanipulate myself, if that's a word, because it's like we shouldn't just be happy with whatever they serve us, and we shouldn't, like, obviously, let's imagine if we were a club that hasn't got the depth, a depth that, I'm not talking about depth as in squad depth. I'm talking about depth, like the money we are in. Let's say we didn't have any depth the Glazers put us into. All the all the money that we've like earned from sales the last years, the wage cutting, the staff that we sacked, Champions League money, we all of that should go into the squad. But they have to pay off so many stuff like the stadium and the debt. Um, and yeah, we shouldn't like just accept that. So I'm kind of refusing to accept the bullshit excuses from the club that we are basically broke, or like we have to sell to buy or whatever. Like, that's just because of the debt that Glazers put us in. Um, I'm just going to put on some comments here. Let me see. Drew say signing so far will be a 7 out of 10, but the window so far is a 4. Way more business needs doing. That's generous. And Jules, what do you think about like outgoings? Because I think it's crazy to be like, imagine if we just won the league. Even if we won the league, you have to let some players go and like refresh the squad. Like, we are acting like last summer as well. Like, All the last few summers, like we barely let any players go. Like we don't do sales. We run the contract out, or we loan and loan and loan till the contract runs out and pay like some wages off them. Like we suck at selling, but I also think uh because people say the market. Okay, this is my last point before I read some of your comments. But how do I say it? People say, "Oh, this market is crazy," or overpaying, or but I feel like I'm trying to think of an analogy. Okay, I have one. So just imagine you sell a house, right? And the market is like crazy. So just imagine you have a house and it gets sold. So I sell my house and I get 500,000 more than I should have because of the inflated market. Then I won't mind overpaying for the next house I'm buying. But if I'm a first time buyer, I don't have anything to sell, then I would mind buying a overpriced house. You get me? The logic makes sense, or is it just me? I just feel like Chelsea can buy Morgan Rogers when they sell like bench players to Man United for 50 million quid. I feel like Spurs can overpay for Mateus Fernandes because they are going to sell like Bergwall for 50 mil. So I just feel like even Somerville from Championship West Ham goes for was it 60, 70 mil pound or something like that. Every club sells, so the overpaying doesn't like bother them too much. But we seem to be the only club that don't sell. Like we can't sell anyone, and the few we sell are to Italy, the only country that has no money basically to spend. So I just feel like we are the only club not like I don't care about the market inflation because it goes both ways. So people, I'm glad we don't overpay for players. But if we sell players, we are selling overpriced as well. So it goes up. So you get me? Does the logic make sense? So I just feel like imagine if we just sold Shaw, Mount, Maguire, Ugarte, Xerxes, and everything. We wouldn't mind paying 20 quid million extra for a player. It's just because we can't sell anybody. And I think that's on the club because I don't want to talk about bomb squad, but you know, just look at, for example, Xabi Alonso, how he or De Cherby, how they have dealt with Bergvall. I've seen De Cherby has said, like, we have so many midfielders now, so maybe we need to find a solution for him. It's basically find a new club. You're not going to play. Or Chelsea with Xabi Alonso, he has basically said, I'm not going to use you, Garnacho. And in interviews, he has said, we need to find a solution for him. That's basically saying, go out. And they will go out and find a club because they want to play. But we are like, no, bring Rashford back, or we just do this weird PR thing that we never want to sell anyone. It's super weird. Like, imagine if we got a really good manager in who is just, no, Mount, you're not part of my plans. Shaw, Maguire, and just says publicly like they're going to struggle with playtime, so they need to find a place. They would be on the phones getting a move away. I just feel like it's indecisive from the board, from Carrick. He just seems to be happy, like having everyone. Uh, so I feel like I want more decisiveness. I want more sales. Um, Let me see. The club's become very sentimental. I don't think it's become. I think it's been like that for so long. Like I see, for example, Chelsea now getting rid of Garnacho after 1 year, and I'm not using Chelsea as a benchmark, but I'm just saying, and the lap after 1 year now, you know, if this was United, we would be have all the fans saying that no, give the lap 1 more year. Like this is, I think, Mount's fourth year or third year in United. Xerxes, Shaw has been here 11 years, Maguire 8. or something like that. Same with Dalot. Like, we are so sentimental. The fan base are just willing to give anybody a chance, like, because we have this cult around every single player, and United notices these things. Um, I like competition for Sesko as well, or not. I'd like. I expect. I demand. In what world? Okay, I want to take you back to when we won the league with Ferguson the last time, and he says, "I'm going to quit," but before Moyes gets. Just imagine me saying to you guys, now it's 2026. We haven't won the Premier League and Champions League in 30 years, 13 years, or 14 years. We are going into a season in Champions League, 4 competitions with 1 striker. You all would have called me like, no, that's never going to, like, even my local team here with 10,000 residents in the place I'm from, even they get backup strikers. Like, it's um competition for sure. Yeah. Uh, it's because we need a striker who's on board with nurturing Sesko. Yeah, or just be a challenger. Because I don't want to buy bench players. Because the problem with buying bench players, and you know this, Jules, as well, because you've seen the great of United. If you buy bench players when our starters then get out of form or injured, you have to play bench players and not players that is good enough to start. So I don't agree with, like, okay, Welbeck, I would have take him because I'm desperate, but it isn't good enough to be like, imagine us in quarterfinal and Sesko gets injured and Welbeck is our starting striker. It's not good enough. Like, that's why I said Watkins at least. But I agree. I want something to nurture Sesko in the terms of, I don't want another young striker unless it's Krupi or Endrick, but they are like the anomalies. But yeah, I'd want a striker who like pushes Sesko, and a striker, because I love Sesko, but I want a striker that is like, if Carrick is like, no, Sesko has not been that good in training or in games, that I'm just as happy for him, the other striker, to start instead of Sesko. I want that level. So a Watkins or whatever, Ivan Toney would be good. Um, yeah, I couldn't agree more. Tyrone, he is my dream. Krupi, even though he's another young striker, I would love for him and Sesko because it's 4 competitions. And the pylon is going to start against Sesko next season from everyone because we are going to play him in 4 competitions. He's going to have bad months, good months, and we just have to play him 90 minutes every time. Or we have to play Cunha and Boomer out of position. Um, like, we shouldn't. That should be like the last ditch. We shouldn't be playing people out of position with 1 injury. Cunha and Mbeumo should play if we have like 2 strikers who are injured or whatever. Um, Rich says, the signings to be the level that can. I'd like the signings to be of the level that can bench last year's first team players, push the team forward. Exactly, Rich. Exactly. We barely have a good 11. Like, we need to not buy bench players. Um, Agile Beast, hello, my friend. He says it's a shit show. We have a bunch of amateurs who are incompetent, slow, and delusional about where the market is right now. Yeah, I agree. Um, yeah, every word you use is 100% correct. Not opinion, it is correct. They are incompetent. They are slow and they are delusional about where the market, because they say, we're not going to let the market dictate us. But it's like, are we going to it's like if the prices for food go up, they're like, "No, the price of food is too much right now, so we're not going to join that madness." And they are, like, on the street, like, literally starving, while other people are like, "Yeah, but that's the price of food now." You know, the prices are crazy, but other clubs, you know what they do instead of this PR thing? They sell, so they get overpriced for the people they sell as well. Um, Tyrone says, "We've only signed Tielemans because of the opportunity presented itself. Likewise with Santos. Ineos have planned very badly throughout the summer. I'm highly dissatisfied." I agree. Like, I agree. I love Tielemans, but that wasn't the plan. And um, you know, it's just they're just winging it, and we've known we've needed like it was announced with Casemiro, I think, in January, so we've known for 6 months that we needed a new star midfielder, and they leaked for like 9 months we are going to get Anderson or whatever. But if you really think about it, they've known before that as well, because in January when it gets official, they know a long time before it gets official because they've been talking. So they've known about we need a new center mid for ages. Yeah, Jules say we signed Sesko for 75. I believe it's going to be the real deal. I agree. I don't think signing the next shiny object is the best solution. No, but just another striker to compete with him. So the reason why I said Krupi and Endrick, it's just they're not the profile that I want in terms of we don't need another gem. But those two I would buy, even though it's not what I want in terms of I just think they are so good that if we can get some of them, it would be so nice. But I agree with you, like uh my favorite, if I was leading United at this time, I would buy Tony because he is a leader. He was the captain at Brentford. He has a point to prove. He's, like I said, a leader, a strong personality. He's British, so you get the quota. He knows Mbumo very good, and he has similar strengths to Sesko. And I would trust Tony in a Champions League quarterfinal to have the confidence of playing for United. So I agree, we should buy someone. Um, um, Let me see. All the teams, this is Tyrone, he says, all the teams fighting for title have a high wage bill, and some United fans are celebrating cutting costs. It's a joke. Yeah, I know. I agree. You know, the reason why Arsenal never got over the line with Wenger is because of the same kind of reason. And I'm not comparing the us to them, but it's just who like while City and Arsenal are holding up Premier League titles and Champions League, and PSG and Real Madrid, they're holding up and like celebrating. We are should we be like, at least we don't break our wage bill? It's crazy. Like I want us to have the highest wage bill, the highest spend in the league. Like because it's not my money. Football is not a business. It's not my money, so I don't get why people use that. I'm going to come back to a point of what's the point when people say um when people are celebrating us not buying players. I'm going to come back to that. Agile, can you think of a more delusional plan to prioritize prem-proven and cheap transfer fees? They're contradictory. Um, yeah, we seem to. yeah, I get your point because those two things goes against each other kind of. Um, but we seem to try to find the cheapest solutions. And I think if you want the honest answer, if you called up Sir Jim and Glazers, have you noticed when we drop out of Champions League, then they spend, and when we get Champions League, they don't spend? I think the truthful, honest answer that a lot of fans has to get in their heads is, I think honestly, the club just wants Champions League, right? Because we are doing just enough since Ferguson left. We are doing just enough to be in the Champions League every season. And when we fall out, we make sure we get back in the Champions League. But we never go beyond that. So like does Tielemans and Andre Santos, for example, give us a little bit more chance for the Champions League? Yes. Do they give us a chance to ever win the title? No. So I agree. The cake, cadets, high cake. We aren't spending because we don't want to. It's as simple as that. And yeah, that's the honest truth. It's and I wish more people would have realized this instead of, oh, wage bill, oh, we need to fix this, oh, it's been a mess since Woodward, or what, like all the talk around should just go away and just this sentence from Cake. We aren't spending because they don't want to. And it's as simple as that. If we had owners who cared about us winning the league, we would have spent. They are just spending just enough to keep us in the Champions League every year. And sometimes we fall out and then they buy a lot to keep us in the Champions League. And then they don't go the next step again because they don't want to spend. So yeah, I agree. It's as easy as that. Is we are not spending because we don't want to. And I wish more people, instead of finding excuses for, like, why are people supporting Ineos and finding excuses for them when they've ruined our club? Not Ineos in that sense. And I feel like, yes, they have actually ruined our club, but I'm talking about the Glazers, of course. But why are people defending Glazers? What world are we in? Like, yeah, we're not taking our wage bill. Yeah, like celebrating that all the other competitors are buying expensive. Like, when did we become this team that are like, oh, that's mad price, we will never pay that? It just means we are not getting the best players because it's as simple as that. To win, you have to spend. There is no. And if someone in the chat has a genius plan on how to win the league, because that has to be the aim, how to win the league without spending. Tell me. Jules says still no outgoing is crazy. I think it's because I think it also sends out the message. Like for example, after we, I'm going to ask AI quickly here. Um, I asked AI after we finished 15th in the league, who did we sell? So when we ended 15th, we could have gotten relegated or just about. And I was saying like, oh my God, this summer with Amorim, now we're going to be ruthless because we can't keep the players that did that. Uh, we sold Garnacho, and that was because of the fallout, not because you haven't performed. It was a fallout. Anthony, that was also because of the same thing. Not a fallout, but you get me. Lindelof, because his contract ran out. And we sent Hoyland on loan, Rashford because he wanted the challenge, Sancho and Onana, and Ericsson and Evans and Heaton, end of contract. But my point is, just imagine if you are at your work and you turn up like drunk, just a mess at work and just have a horrible day, like you would expect consequences. But these players, they have no sense of consequence, no sense of if I don't perform, I go. It's just it's just a free for all. Like even though you've been shit for 5 years, just stay, just stay. And that's yeah, what you say, still no outgoings. I think it sends out such a bad message because imagine if I was at United and just see like wow, so many underperformers. Like for example, Shaw and Maguire, who has or Dalot, players that have been here while we've been smacked up 7-0, 5-0, 3-0, 3-0 against Bournemouth and Old Trafford, against Brentford, and they just stay. I would be like, I don't have to even try, you know? I just think it sends out the wrong message in terms of other are like other clubs are like, no, that's not good enough. And then you sell, oh, I have to step it up. And I think so we need outgoings for the money. We need it for the money, even though they could spend. But we need to sell to buy, which isn't a real thing, but they have put it out there. But also we need to sell to get the money. That's one thing. But we have to sell to send out a message that we don't accept mediocrity and we really love mediocrity. Um, Cake says the board wants to make profit. The club barely breaks even. Yeah, tell me a club who is profitable that's ever won things. Like it isn't how it works. Like that's how the lower clubs work. Like they try to keep the balance in check. But to win titles, you have to be stupid. You have to buy a lot of things. You have to get a lot of mistakes. Like uh like the saying that lots of fans say, like, I'm glad we're not buying the big names anymore. And I'm like, we just bought the wrong players. It's not the same as buying Anthony and Rice. It's about ish the same money, but you just buy the right players. Like just because we have bought expensive players and it doesn't work, now we're not going to do it anymore. I love the club for doing not buying expensive players anymore because it hasn't worked in the past. Like what? Okay, so we're not going to ever buy expensive players anymore. Then we're not going to win because the other teams are going to do it. And yeah, some of them are going to fail. They're going to have flops, but they are going to have successes. And let me ask you this, because this is a thing that I've been thinking a lot of the last weeks. People saying, I'm glad we don't buy the super names anymore. And I'm thinking, but buying 50 million players also flop. They're not unfloppable. So if you buy Ugarte, Xerxes, and Mount, how much is that? It's about 40 for Xerxes, I think we paid 60 for Mount, that's 100, and 50 for Ugarte, that's 150. Like the more you spend, the more likely a success because it's a good player. And yeah, some of them will flop, but I just think it's a loser mentality to just no, we just want to buy 50 million players instead because I think they are more even more risk than spending a bit more on real quality. I just have to take a sip of water. Let me see. We couldn't sell water in the drought. No. Um, Cake says too many overheads wages. I don't know what that means. Too many overheads wages. Transfers that we still owe out. Oh, we have to pay this interest. Now we have a stadium. And we have the money. Yeah, I I agree, but this isn't my problem. That's these They knew about this when they took over the club, and that's why I didn't want Ineos because um, like the Glazers are still. I don't even like talking that much about Ineos because they do not own the club. They can't do they can't buy a a piece of paper without getting approval from Glazers. We are still owned by the same Glazers. Um, they've just repackaged everything to we are going to be sensible, but it's just a dream for the Glazers. It's just a dream for them to get in Ineos to package this thing of we're going to be sensible now because it's just repackaging the words we don't want to spend. Yeah, like Rich says, every club owes on transfers. We use it as an excuse, and exactly like if we were better to sell, this would have been out of the way so much quicker. This is a theme for this is just I could talk an hour about this. I'm going to talk about it, so keep that in mind. Someone bring up Rashford later in the show because I've got things to say about it, but um, I don't think you can even anymore, Tyrone, to be honest with you, say would be a piss take. I think you can change it to is a piss take because um, he is coming back. And yeah, like I said, someone bring up Rashford later in the show because I want to, but I just want to go through all the comments now. Um, but yeah, it will be a mess because every press conference will be questions about Rashford. And if Cunha plays poorly for 3 seconds, everyone will be crying out for Rashford, and it all starts again. It's going to be the Rashford versus Cunha. It's going to be cold. It's going to be so toxic again. Um, Cake says, we could spend more and operate on small loss, but that's not good enough for our credit. It's not good if we want to pay for a new stadium. We have to borrow again for the new venue. Yeah. Hello, Yala. Good evening or night. I was wondering why this was happening in the middle of the night. Yeah. I just wanted to have a chill chat about the transfer window, like no news, just very loosely. Um, this is not a me show, it's a us show because um, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with myself. I wanted this stream purely because of this community, purely because of you guys in the comments. And I'm not just saying that to be cringe. I genuinely mean, I literally have been, my head is, my head has almost exploded these few weeks while I've been on holiday and I need to vent. I need to talk to people that make sense to not go crazy. Cake says, I'd say this new stadium will fuck us for the best part of a decade. And I 100% agree. 100%. And that's why they don't want to overspend. They just want to keep us in the Champions League to get things rolling in and balance the books. Uh, Jules say Jules says gonna listen to the stream while I go to sleep. Yeah, I will make sure not to scream or anything. And make an ASMR type of stream. No, I'm just joking. Great show, and we'll continue listening. Thank you, Jules, and sweet dreams. Oh my God! Look who it is! Look who it is! Good evening or good night, Pundit KD, or just KD. How are you? And yeah, people, make sure you like double check if you like the video, and it would be nice if you shared the stream. Um, and yeah, to all the people that have just come in or are new to the chat, I want you to rate this transfer window out of 1 to 10, how it is now so far. And that's outgoings and ingoings. Like, what do you rate this window as? Jarle says Rashford have thrown everything out wha- out of whack. He's an unsellable player, and he will be a reason we most likely won't do any more business in the summer. I wouldn't go that far, but you're not far off, in my opinion. No, um, I just think I just don't get why he said he wanted a new challenge. The club want to cut wages. I like I know, you know, we all know the club doesn't want Rashford back. Like if anyone gave us money for him, we would sell him in a heartbeat. So I don't we are just keeping him because we can't sell him. And so we don't basically want him as a club. I'm not talking about Carrick, I'm talking about the club. They want to reduce the wage bill. They want to get rid of him. They've tried to get rid of him, um, and he doesn't want to come back. He knows how toxic. Like his number is literally taken by Cunha. He knows that he's it's two bad performances and he's going to get booed. It's going to be so toxic so quickly. I don't think he wants to. We could easily go for 30 years without the title easily. Um, with this ownership, I would even go as far, Cake, as say, with this ownership, we could have them for 100 years. Oh, they won't last that long, but you get me. As long as we have this ownership, in 30 years, we won't have won the league. I agree with that. Because we will get so far, but then it will come to a time where we have to spend big. We have to be really like to win Champions League and Premier League. We have to. There comes a time where, for example, let's say we end second one year. They won't spend those huge wages and prices we need to get to the last level. So as long as we have these owners, we won't win the league in 30 years. I agree. And that's not me being pessimistic. Like unless we do a Leicester one season, that's the only way. Like we won't win a title, Premier League or Champions League with this ownership. Shaw should have been ruthlessly axed a long time ago, but we keep giving contract extension to absolute dross. Yeah, you remember how we did with Phil Jones? Um, like literally, I know Evans worked, but we literally it was like a player who was like basically clubless, out of shape, and we just, yeah, you can come train with us. That's nothing wrong. But we offered him a contract. Like, what top team does that? And I know he worked out well, and I like Evans, but yeah, we love giving contract extensions and just keeping the shit because we can't sell them. And why can't we sell them? It's because of the leadership. If I was running the club, because I know the thing with Mount and wages with Mount or Shaw, no one's going to buy Shaw with that injury record. Then turn it around and I say, then why, if nobody wants our players, why should we keep them? Why should we keep players that nobody wants for wages that nobody wants to pay? If I was leading the club, I would just say to Shaw, look, we've given you hundred and thousands of chances. Like you are not going to play this season. Like I'm going to tell Carrick to not pick you. You have to find another club. Like you're out of this project. And then he'd have to. Or He could stay and be so unpopular, like to train and be with the team, and everyone would know it. That's the way you get rid of these players. It's just to not the bomb squad, but just if you tell these players you're not going to play. I'm going to buy a left back. You're not going to play. I'm going to tell Carrick he isn't allowed to pick you or something like that. Like a normal club would do this, and they do. Um, Santos looked like a complete monster. He is everywhere. We've got Anderson Light for 50 mil. Big difference. Uh, yeah, it's just I struggle. Sorry, but I struggle to be optimistic. But I do like Santos. Um, I do like him, but it's just we need so much that I can't be excited for it, if that makes sense. Because it puts so much pressure on him to be good from day one, and yeah, it's just hard for me, and it's not fair to Tielemans and Santos, but I can't be excited because I don't even know what direction the club is going, to be honest. Um, Part of me is hoping he leaves, but we have to bring in a left back. I feel like we have to wait for the next summer. But yeah, why do we have to wait for the next summer? That's because I agree with you, like, but I could keep him as a backup, but then again, yeah, Shaw has been there since 2014. Go through our rival squads. I don't think they have someone who's been there. No. And most importantly, agile. There's nothing wrong with a player who's been here for a long time. Um, but it's been a time, it's been the worst time in our club's history. So I don't mind. Sorry, the camera went. Uh, I'm going to fix it. But yeah, I don't mind players staying, but like he has had one good season with Ollie, I think, and he had a decent season, I think, with Van Gaal. No, no, not Van Gaal. Ten Hag, like a stint, and was decent. Or not decent, but okay under Carrick. But that's 12 years, and I'm talking about 2, 3 good seasons in 11 years. Let me see. Oh, can you see me now? I think I fixed it. But yeah, I agree. So it's nothing against Shaw, or it is against Shaw, but nothing personal because obviously I get why he wants to stay. Like, who doesn't want to stay at United? But it shouldn't be up to him. Um, Cake says the challenge for United is to keep turning profit. It's not about winning, it's about keeping the banks happy. Get the stadium and infrastructure and then sell. Yeah, I don't get why people don't get this. I don't think it's a opinion. It's a fact. And I know it can't be a fact until it has happened, but it's so obvious. Because if they want to for us to win the league, you know what we'd do? We would buy Anderson, Diomande. This is just about paying off the debt. Because when Glazers want to sell, they don't. It's not as sexy to sell it with a lot of debt. So they're going to pay off debt and pay off the stadium on down payment or whatever. And when that's done, they have paid down a lot of debt using money we could have bought players for, and the stadium's ready, and they can sell it for an enormous. So that's why they just use just enough money to get us in the Champions League every year. Um, I'd love Krupi. Just don't see Ineos signing him. It'd be expensive. No, I agree. Uh, Jarle says Cunha will play on the left. Rashford, watch him put Sesko out of the team as a striker. Oh, don't even go there, Jarle. And I don't disagree with you, but yeah, why do United want that circus back? It's going to be like every time he plays, every time he doesn't play, why didn't he play? What does he has to do to get into the team? And every time he does play, it's going to be the Rashford show all over again. Yeah, and Cunha is so happy and stuff, and Rashford Rashford is not going to be just happy sitting on the bench. And I don't. I want us to think about the future, and this is not thinking about the future. You know, oh, my connection is. Can you guys hear me and see me? The connection is a bit. I'm just going to really quickly go to because I've seen a lot of comments now, and I want everyone's opinion to be heard. So I'm just going to answer quickly and give everyone a bit of attention. Uh, yes, Ineos has been below average on first team players. We needed 7, we are getting 4, but they're killing it when it comes to the academy, the talents there. Yeah, but we aren't a kindergarten. Like, I don't care. Like, how many talents have we actually, like, when has it worked? We have always bought a lot of kids. And I know they are doing better scouting now than before, but it doesn't excite me because we don't have a good first team. So, you know, imagine JJ coming in. Like day one, he's already basically better than Xerxes. Like we can't have these academy players coming in and being like better than our first team so quickly. Like, should Heaven learn from Maguire? And I know some people like Maguire, but this is my opinion. I think he has like been shit for most of the career at United. He has had one good season under Ollie, and here and there some good things, but um, I just don't rate him as a player, and I'm allowed to, you know. And I'm just envisioning like Euro or Heaven coming in, like day one, they're basically better than him. Like, who do they look up to? Who are they competing with? They're competing with men who loves or not loves, but are used to failing, you know? And I know that seems harsh, but they are serial losers. Um, Keeping Mount here as the second top earner is a joke. Yeah, don't make me start on Mount again. I think he's top 3 earner now that Rashford is back, but yeah. Um, I'm going to read some Mount stats real quick just to anger you even more. And I know we talked about this a little bit before, but uh, I wrote this tweet April 30th. How do I say that? The 30th of April. So, he played a few games at the end of last season after that. So these numbers are a little bit behind, but not a lot. So the 30th of April, I wrote on Twitter, Mount stats that might shock you after nearly 3 years. Prior to December 2025, so just before this new year, he had zero full 90s, 90 minutes. So if we just say this season, so just scrap out May because he played like 3, 4 games or whatever in May, but just scrap this out. He has only in these 3 years only two Premier League appearances where he played 90 minutes. And like I said, prior to December 2025, he had zero. So after this, so in total in 3 years, he have two 90-minute matches in the Premier League. Longest run of consecutive starts in all competition. So that's him starting a Premier League and then Carabao or Europa League. Longest consecutive starts for Mount in 3 years is 2 games. In 3 years, he has five Premier League goals in 3 years and three assists. He has missed 58 games through injury. He has only played 69 games. So he has played only 69 games and missed 58. So that's almost half the games in 3 years. Uh, and of those 69 games he has played is 37 as a sub. So he has played only 69 games in 3 years, and 37 is a sub. So that's 32 as a starter. So he has started 32 in 3 years. Um, yeah, let me see. Shame they don't force a sale like they did with Chelsea. Yeah, these streams feel like sneaking out of the house. Yeah, I wanted it to be like very like laid back, chill, just us talking because news is the richest thing. He's good at presenting. I'm not good at that. I just wanted to show just us guys and girls, if there's girls in the chat, to just chat about United and where we are, because I feel like it's nice to just don't talk about specific things, just talk freely in the nighttime. Um, yeah, football is a business, but it's not like the clubs who win things aren't profitable. So in that sense, football isn't business because a business that isn't profitable is a really shit business. But the teams that are winning, they aren't going in profit. So in that sense, football isn't a business as well. You could see it both ways. Like Real Madrid get lost because they use so much money, and the same with Barcelona and PSG and City and everyone. They are not balancing books. I can tell you that. It's been 13 years since we last won a title. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to go quickly through the comments again. There's always a signing that strikes a nerve. Imagine signing the lap for 85. Would you say it's not your money? You'd be pissed. Yeah, but that logic kind of doesn't make sense because we like how do I put this? Because I get your point. Like I say we should be just spending a lot of money, but the point you kind of are missing is that you should hire people to make really good decisions, and that's not a good decision. So it's not about the money you spend, it's about who you spend it on. So I hate when I talk to people and they're like, "Oh, but United have spent so much money the last 13 years." And I'm like, "Yeah, but on shit." And they say, "Yeah, but they spent money." "Yeah, but on shit." So should we just stop spending then? Because we have like, you know, it's up to them to buy the right players. So I get your point, but a City wouldn't pay 85 for the lap. Uh, so yeah, it can happen that we spend a lot of money on a player that I don't want. But if the club thinks that's a smart thing to do, then they have to do it. They are not here to please me. They are a professional club that has to do good decisions. And I would hope any football club wouldn't spend that amount on the lap. So I get your point, but at the same time, it's a bit void because, no one would spend that much on him. Um, um, yeah, I think we should like the best players, they cost a lot of money. Simple as that. And you have to spend it. There are no um yeah, Rashford, they have the same wages, I think. Yeah, and this is the comment of the day so far. United generates such enormous revenue compared to other clubs. We should be able to be like Barcelona and Real Madrid easily. And that's what Cake said earlier in this stream. He said, we are just not spending because we don't want to. And simple as. Um, wow, there's a lot of comments. I'm going to go quickly through to see here. Um, let me see. I said, lol, to win titles, you have to be stupid. I meant like you have to waste some money and you have to hit. Like you have to spend. I think it's a loser mentality to, and I'm going to use an analogy again, but like if I went up to like three pretty girls, but in the same night, but not at the same time. So I go up to the first, and she says no, and then I go to the second, and she says yes, and then she ends up like being a psycho and like scratching my car. I'm like, damn, she was psycho, but she was pretty. And then I go up to this third lady, and she's also very pretty, and she's like, you want to have fun or whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about, but you get me. And I would be like, no, because the last one was psycho, so now I don't want a pretty girl anymore or whatever. I just think like you are going to have flops. You are going to look stupid and you are going to look smart. Like imagine Arsenal just buying Ugarte and Andre Santos instead of Rice. Like, but then you will have you get my my logic is just because just because we've bought expensive players before and it didn't work doesn't mean we don't have to do it again. I think that's a loose mentality. That's like me saying then now I just want to hit on like medium pretty girls because the prettiest hasn't worked before. It doesn't make sense. Um, Helge, you asked AI a question earlier, and that cost the planet one bottle of water. Uh, the way you say things aren't your problem baffles me. I know the problems ain't on you, but you can't entirely shake him on as a fan. Hmm. I get what you're saying, but because it does involve me as a fan, so I get what you're saying. So I don't disagree with it, but I think it's problems they are making themselves, if you get me. So that's why I don't accept them, because if there was problems we can't do anything with. So for example, if the plan was Tonali and he breaks his leg, I can't be angry at that because that has nothing to do with the club. But when I say this aren't my problems or not me spending, like you can't entirely shake them off as a fan. I agree in that sense, but the problems they put on themselves is just made up problems. Like they can say to players like leave, like we don't want, like you're not part of the plan. They leave, we sell, we reinvest, and we get the club moving forward. They are making the problems themselves. So that's why I say it's not my problem. Like they have to fix it. Like they have to, if there's a way to fix it and they don't do it, then why should I accept it? That's my um put a link in the chat and get KD on. Uh, I will probably do that in a bit. Uh, I will try to do that. I'm pretty new to this, so I will find a way to maybe do it. But I want someone to join me if someone wants to in a bit. Uh, let me see. I'm just going to comments. Our window's dead unless we can move players on, and I agree with that. Is character manning new players? It doesn't seem like it. Um, mm, I agree. Let me see. Let me see. Not sleeping, Helby. No, uh, I'm not sleeping. And yeah, I just wanted to chat about the state of the club right now. So I thought it would be nice to do like a late night stream, and it turned out to be really nice because it's like a free flowing conversation. So good evening to you, and good evening to you, Valentine. I like that name. I think you all moan and cry way too much, cheer up, but I get it, and I am a positive person, believe it or not, but it it's like burying your head in the sand. Like I would say this, Valentine, can you give me things to be positive about the club? That's the like, what do we have to be positive about? Um, the why I moan and cry is because it's been 13 years since we've been a proper club, and we are not closer now than we were 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And that's why we are not a club with a plan. There's nothing saying that we are going to challenge for a title in the next 10 years because they don't want to spend. Ineos are running the club properly. What's the issue? Okay, I think it's a troll or a bot. I like Valentine the name, but I think it's maybe a bot. Um, let me see. There are so many comments here. This is one of the worst channels for positive bollocks. I don't think I've been too positive today, but I think I think those who want to be positive and just ignore everything going on, they can do it. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, you know. But I just don't see many things being positive about. But I get why, like, it's so like Valentine says, like, it's so shit to just be negative all the time. But the thing is, it's the club that makes me do it. Like, believe me, if they do something positive or whatever, like, I will be the first to praise it. Like, I want us to win stuff. I'm just, ec- I'm just. We used to have like the best teams and spend and spend and spend and I don't say that doesn't mean I say I want to be like a city who just spends and spends and spends, but like we have always spent a lot of money, like in the 90s as well, like breaking records. That's been like that's how you win titles, no matter what league, no matter what age. Um, so that's why I just don't feel like there's anything to be positive about. That, to be honest, that's why I struggle. This channel uses logos from ChatGPT. I recognize AI. Yeah, just AI. And the thumbnail, they made me way more handsome than I am. So it's definitely AI because I do not look that good. Um, Not a convincing window. Let me see. I don't fancy the Amanda. That's loud. I'm just going to go through the comments real quick. I hope so. I hope so, Valentine. There's no way Ineos will allow and ruin Carrick's progress. I don't know, but I hope you're right. Let me see. This is definitely a bot. Wow. Uh, Let me see. Cake says, I'm going to sleep. Sleep tight, my friend. Welcome to the chat, Carlos. The season opening is what, 3 weeks away. We've signed two players, two playing this window. It's been a joke so far. And Carrick is sat here thinking he won't pass Christmas at this rate. Yeah, I think that's a good point um, because I think the club don't give him a fair chance also. So no matter what manager we got, I like if we do shit now, I won't kind of blame it on Carrick. Like that will probably change when the season starts, but yeah, I just don't think they are being fair to Carrick as well. Um, so I agree. People say there's a lot of left in the transfer window, but I say like, why can't we just be prepared for the season? Why do we like? There's a lot of things having to happen before the season starts, and we're going out of time because obviously it's easier said than done. But if I was like in charge of the club, I wouldn't be setting like the transfer deadline day for the deadline day. I would have the deadline day for like the season starts, and then if something happens, then I would after the season has start, like a player wants to leave or an injury. But it seems like the club is taking their time. Um, this is my issue with this window, not in for preseason. Yeah, exactly. And I can excuse like World Cup players and stuff like that, but it's just poor planning. Okay, maybe Valentine isn't a bot, but I think your propaganda around Ineos and the stadium is way over the top. I don't get why you support people who kept Glazers in, because if they didn't buy the club, then or like give them money, like just to stay at the club, I think they're not as bad, but I don't get why you're supporting people who are not spending on players and being ambitious. Like, what do you gain from it? Like us balancing the books and like cutting wage structures. Like, you are not winning titles. We are not winning titles. Like, we are you kind of when you watch Arsenal and City celebrate Champions Leagues and Premier Leagues, are you like sitting in your room clapping that at least we didn't spend 100 million on Diamanda? I just don't get the logic, and yeah, I've always disliked Mount as well, but I always give a fair chance to players when they come to United either way, because I was brought up like that. But yeah, he's one of my least favorite purchases in my lifetime, and I'm 32. Let's see. Yeah, I agree. It's just like, for example, with Mount or Xerxes or whatever, they aren't shit players. They are just not good enough, and that's no shame. I don't hate them for um like not being good enough. It's up to the club to sell them and tell them. So, like Ugarte and stuff, like I don't hate Ugarte. Like, he's just not a good enough player, and we sell him, and that's that. Like, it's the club that makes us be like this. Um, Valentine says Helge is one of the best hosts on this channel. Always love these streams. Keep up the good work, Helge. We love you. Sorry for calling you a bot, but I think you're a bit over the top when it comes to the propaganda around the people who um, are putting down Old Trafford and stuff. But it's a different in opinion, and I appreciate nice comments as well. Um, Yala says, I need to crash. Take care. Sleep well, my friend. God natt, like we say in Norway. Agile, don't even say it. He says, can you imagine if Wilcox go for Liam Delap? I would smash my head into a wall or something. Um, uh, Soliloquium 77. By the way, I was always number 77 my whole football career. I was always a striker from I was 6 years old, and I was always number 77. So respect. Uh, and I like that JJ Gabriel is number 77, because I think he's the first number 77 in United's history, and that has always been my number. So a bit of fun fact there. Yeah, I like Helgi. I think this channel should up its output, utilize anyone who wants to be on camera. Can you elaborate on what you mean there? Because I think should up its output, utilize anyone who wants to be on camera. Um, maybe it's my English, because I didn't quite get what should up its output. I don't know what that means, but I don't think this or any channel should utilize anyone who wants to be on camera because yeah, there's a lot of you have to have you can't just have anyone on. I think I think you all would agree on that. That if this channel just had a lot of random people on all of the time, then what is this channel? I feel like I watch this channel because of I like seeing Rich often. Rich is good, and the other people on this channel as well. But I like having obviously more faces, but I don't think anyone who wants to be on camera because yeah, I could tell you a few stories about why it shouldn't be like that because there is a lot of yeah, I think you understand what I mean. KD, the legend says, way to go, good anchoring tonight. I'm just engaging the stream. Yeah, I'm thinking about putting in the link so you can jump on in a bit, KD, if you want to. Um, oh, don't even mention Mason Greenwood, Valentine, and not for that reason. It's for the reason that, yeah, I 100% agree with you. Why did he have to do that? And I know it's history, but there's a reason why you say this so many years later. It's me and my friends still talk about him almost weekly, if not once a month at least. He he's probably my favorite player in years and years and years. I loved everything about him. So yeah, I understand your frustration 100%. Why did it have to be him? Couldn't it be like Lingard or Mount or whatever? So yeah, I agree. It sucks that it was him. Um, KD says Helge squinting his eyes through the timeline like he's looking for signing. I get you, Helge. It's more like you don't accept their excuses. Exactly. You are smart. That's what I mean. Um, yeah, we had a great taste of future with Greenwood. I think that affected Rashford deep as well. Just imagine Sancho, Greenwood, Rashford, all English boys. Yeah, I was so, but I don't actually agree with this point because I think like the Greenwood thing was a thing, and yeah, I don't want to go into it because it's so like controversial. I don't mind controversial, but this isn't my channel. But I think these things happen with so many players and it doesn't get out. And I'm not saying it's okay, no chance. But I'm just saying, like, it came out and went public in a bad way. And I just feel like there are so many shitheads footballers that we don't know, and it comes out here and there. And I'm not trying to excuse it's not okay. So it's not that. But the reason why I'm disagreeing, I think Sancho has a shitty attitude. Uh, I don't think it affected Rashford that much. I think Rashford and Sancho was never meant to be because of their own personality, like their attitude. I think the club failed Rashford, and I think Rashford failed Rashford. And by that I mean I think we let him, we built him up too much. Um, so yeah, that's a whole nother discussion. But I just think that dream would never work. But I just feel like Greenwood could have been a success, but I just feel like Sancho would never work because of himself, and the same with Rashford. I think the club failed Rashford. I think Rashford failed Rashford, but Greenwood, I thought he would have a great future if that didn't happen because he hasn't like with Marseille or earlier. He doesn't have like there aren't any like he worked tracked back. He has good attitude, not against women, but you get what I'm saying. Like if that incident didn't happen, there's nothing else. But with Sancho and Rashford, there are like 1,000 reasons for why it didn't succeed. Um, yeah, don't remind me of the two-footed beast. Yeah, I'm going to move on from him, but in a little bit, but not just yet. I'm going to keep on him for about 2, 3 minutes and then move on because it's good to talk about this, and this is like therapy in the night. So I know a lot of people don't want to talk about him or whatever, but um I think it's sad the way it turned out. Um and it's we are allowed to say we hated what happened because he was so good, but it's like so became so taboo just even mentioning his names like Voldemort these days. So yeah, I'm going to admit that about once a month or maybe once every 2 months, I still go and watch like highlights of him at United because you guys don't know me like that, but my favorite player outside of United has always been a couple, but like top 5 has always been like Van Persie has always been one of my all-time favorite players before he joined United. Even though he was at Arsenal, I hated he was at Arsenal, but just the way he glides, the way he shoots, like Van Persie has always been like, oh my god. So you can imagine when he signed for United, I was oh my days. And then we basically get an English regen of Van Persie. So I'm just telling you this just to let you know how much I loved Greenwood. Was just yeah, I think um yeah, this he looked the best I've ever seen from the academy. Same. Um People hate Greenwood, but his girlfriend had his baby. Deserves a second chance even if they repent and put their faith in Jesus. Yeah, I know he had his baby and they are still together and stuff like that, but if you know psychology, there are plenty of people who stay in, like, abusive relationships, it's like the Stockholm syndrome, so we don't know. I think either way, I have to just let it go, like, it would be so messy just bringing him back, so I just have to uh, accept that. Uh, Let me see. You're positive, but alive. I'm not a bot, I assure you. Yeah, I think so too. Think of me as the devil's advocate. Nice pun there. Um, wow, there's a lot of comments. I just don't want anyone to feel like forgotten or overlooked. But I want to catch up, so just give me a second now. Let me see. Yeah, also one of the comments of the day for people supporting Ineos or backing the window or finding excuses, just read this comment. If the 2026 master plan was, and I can add to not spend in January, master plan was Carrick as manager, Santos and Tielemans and Darlow, I would have cried exactly. They've just been lucky that Carrick did so good. Uh, Helge, not nice to call someone a bot. No, I know, but you guys know I'm not a nasty person. I'm not. Uh, it's just some of those comments you would all agree they were a bit over the top. Like it sounded like the lawyers of Ineos or something for a bit, and it's just my way of um, a bit of banter, you know. Uh, yeah, I'm going to say we missed a little bit of Edward, but he managed to convince to write some big checks. Yeah, I know, and he was shit as well. So it's like, would you? But I get what you say. I've thought the same thing, but it's like you have to kind of choose between eating shit or drinking piss. It's not nice either way. Um, oh, welcome United till I die. Um, Helge, the club needs stability. It's not going to happen with Carrick overnight. Uh, would you, Valentine? Would you like that? Would you like that? Um, and I'm not asking like sarcastically. I'm just plainly asking. Uh, he means that anyone who wants to join the call in. Yeah, for new people here, just like and subscribe. The typical YouTube like and subscribe, comment down below. But yeah, like and subscribe if you're new. It shows here every day. Um, and I think there's a call-in show like once a week ish for people who want to call in. But obviously, you have to be respectful and kind, and that's why um, anyone who wants to join, that there's been plenty of examples where that isn't like a good idea, because there are people who have yeah, you guys are intelligent people enough to know, like, um how do I say it? You can imagine how things can go wrong as well. But let me see. um, Valentine says, I couldn't come on, I'd get abused. No, this channel doesn't do that. And unless you like, if you get abused, like if you are respectful and stuff, like everyone has weird opinions. um I'm not right in the things, all the things I've said tonight. Nothing is like, I'm not more right than some of you. It's just my opinion. I think I'm right, but that's an opinion. Obviously, I wouldn't say an opinion that I think is wrong. So I think I'm right, but that doesn't mean universally I am right. Like, obviously, this shirt is red. That's a fact. So I'm right about that. But things that are like opinion, you won't get abused. Like, but there's has come people on this show and other shows like who are rude to the chat, and you know, we have to have decent people on, like, that are kind people, you know. But yeah, as long as you're a nice person, like, it's just difference in opinion at the end of the day. Interesting to know the 77 shirt. Yeah, I know. It was just because when I was a kid, the seven has always, like, my big sister, sh and my older brother. My older brother was a United fan till he was about 14, and then he changed because he wanted to be, like, not supporting a big club. So of all clubs, he went for West Ham. But my two siblings, sister and brother, are older than me, and my brother's favorite player was Cantona, and my sister's favorite was Beckham. And they had like shirts and posters. So like the number 7 shirt has just always been fed to me. And then I grew up, uh, and we bought Ronaldo. Uh, who was the number 7 before that? I can't remember right now. Who was the number 7 between Ronaldo and Cantona? But yeah, so the number 7 shirt has always been special to me. But when I joined the club when I was about 6 years old, the number 7 shirt was already taken. So I wanted, then I took 7-7 because I think I wanted 7 and I didn't want 17. Um, and it just stayed on from there. Um, and all the clubs I went to when I transferred to a new club, number 77 was always available, you know. Uh, Rich is a smooth talker. Yeah, I like Rich very much. Okay, that is comment of the day. You're definitely not the bot. Um, those who knows, they know. But you don't know that about me, Valentine. But yeah, I love Pilkington, and that's he is like 100% my type of humor. So you really hit the nail on the head there. And I think you use the mask there. I don't remember what it's called, but it's from V for Vendetta, but it's like Shakespeare or something. It's got a name, The Mask. But yeah, um, it's one of my all-time favorite movies. Let me see. United said, I agree with Solly's sentiment about the channel needing more engagement with people coming on. The channel is growing slowly because the lack of consistent content. Do you know what? All these input are really good. Can people keep saying comments like this? Like, obviously it's Rich's channel, but I would be more than happy to like bring these points onto him because like we do this for you, and I'm always like I'm also in the chat, you know, so I see it from both sides. Um, and you guys are like without people joining and watching, it's nothing. So your input is really good. So just like what would you see more of? Um, yeah, I like these comments because like like improving. So needing more engagement with people coming on. Um, so you kind of mean more call-in shows, or because I don't think like if you watch other United channels or football channels, it's like me personally, if this channel just had a lot of different people and just a lot of random people on all of the time, I wouldn't watch it because it would be too messy and you click on and then I don't like that guy, I don't like this girl or whatever. Like I think there has to be like anyone can't join, and that's where we kind of do the call-in show so that anyone can kind of have a go. Um, but do you mean like consistently different people, or I'm just trying to understand. And the channel is growing slowly because of the lack of consistent content. And that point, do you mean like there should be consistent content in terms of like set times, like at 10 p.m. or like the same time of day every day, like consistently like that, or consistent content? Like, do you want themed? Because for example, I've brought up to Rich about, for example, I don't know what's it called, but like Helgi's Corner every Thursday or whatever. So once a week, it's like you can do like themed shows so people can tune in more like a TV channel. So every Thursday at 8 p.m., for example, would be Helgi's Corner, and it's just me chatting to you guys about not transfers or not the game we just played or match reactions, just like chilling and talking more loosely, maybe talking about like what's your favorite all-time goal, what's like I've been like talking to Rich about maybe those things. So yeah, just come with what do you mean more like, and yeah. Um, so Lee says utilize the folk who come on camera here. They're all competent. We, the B, and you others. This is decent group. I didn't mean anyone. Just trusted regulars like yourself. I do enjoy you. Ah, so you mean kind of like you wish that me and WDB and maybe Kieran or something went on more like regularly, just trusted us regulars more often, if I understand you correctly. KD, I love Pilkington. Yep, me too. Helgi, do you know of any female United fans? Two reasons. They're attractive and intelligent and will get you show viewers. And two, we need more girls on here. Yeah, I agree. Um it's not because we don't allow girls or whatever. It's obviously more males who watch football, so therefore it will be naturally more men. But we do have Dora, and she is brilliant, I think. Um, but we can't just get girls on just to get girls on, I think. But if you guys know any girls as well, like I about gender and stuff, I think like in business or whatever, like I think if a guest comes on here, it shouldn't matter if she's a girl or a boy. It depends on like, yeah, how good you are. I'm not saying I'm good. I'm nothing really. I'm just chatting shit most of the time. But yeah, I think if we were to get girls on here, it should be because they are good speakers or intelligent or have good takes, not because they are girls. But I get your opinion. I get your thing that obviously more people would click on if there's a good looking girl, but that is maybe the channel we want to be as well. But I do know there's a famous United supporter who is a girl called Teresa. Teresa. Um, and she has a lot of followers. Maybe I can ask her to get on, but she is a proper United fan and goes to a lot of matches, and she is Norwegian. But like I say, we don't want to get anyone a girl on just to get a girl on. Um, yeah, let me see. Valentine says, I need this therapy. It's good for my depression. Is it a general depression or is it United depression? Because I most certainly have the latter. Um, this is kind of therapy. So yeah, that's why I needed it myself. It is very late. I'm obviously from Norway, as you can hear by my poor English, but it's almost 3:30 at my place, so it's in the middle of the night here in Norway. But yeah, I just needed to talk about the transfer window and not like like stories like him and him linked. Just generally talk about United and the state of it with you guys. So thank you all so much for joining me because like imagine if you didn't join, I would just be like a split personality guy just talking to myself and that wouldn't be so much fun. So thank you so much guys for joining me. Um, and I will put the link up to get guests on very soon. So maybe prepare your camera or whatever, and I think I will take like one at a time. And yeah, and just like uh, and yeah, camera is like preferred, but obviously if I don't want to force you to like have it, but it's much more nice to talk to a face, you know. And if you want to come on, like I will not. Rich is very nice. I'm very nice as well, but like if someone is rude or like trolls or whatever, I would just kick you out. No hesitation. So be nice to the chat and be respectful to me and the chat, and we are good. But I don't accept like people being rude. Valentine says Robin from Percy was terrific. Yes, he signed and autographed me. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm jealous. I was when we had Van Gaal. I was in Old Trafford. Uh, and Van Persie scored at least, but it was a penalty. But I've seen him score in a Man United shirt. But my best autographs is not that you asked, but I'm going to answer it anyways. My favorite autographs, I have autograph on a United kit from Van der Sar, Jisung Park, Nani, and a couple more, but I forgot. I was so close to getting Ronaldo as well, but I was short at when I was there in 2008, and I was only 14, and I was short, so it was very hard for me because welcome, Almac. Do you trust Vivell and Wilcox? I don't. I don't trust anyone that has to do with the club, to be honest. Um, yeah, I agree, Agile Beast. Me and you think a lot the same. Like we were ruthless. Like imagine like now people are crying over like no Xerxes a baller, like crying over Xerxes or Mount. Like imagine how they would react when we sold like Beckham to Real Madrid or Yapstam or Keane or stuff like that. Like yeah, United says I have faith in Carrick, but he needs to be given players and fully backed, not this bollocks from the board. Yeah, I just think it's really I didn't want Carrick, but just like I didn't want Mount, but I'm not a toxic fan, so I'm supporting Carrick. I'm not supporting Mount anymore because he has proven to me that it's not good enough. But when he came, I was like, because I've always disliked him when he was at Chelsea. Always thought that people would like overrate him. Like he's not that good. He's decent, but and then we signed him, and I was like, oh my days. But as soon as he put on a United shirt, I wanted him to be the best in the world and start every game. Like that's my dream because if he does really good, that means we do really good. So I give everyone a chance, and just like Carrick, didn't want Carrick at all. Um, but I'm going to back him because I back every United manager until they give me a reason not to. Um, because I grew, yeah, this was like when Ferguson signed players as well. I give everyone a chance, but you don't give everyone 3 years. Um, KD says I'm going to shut my eyes for a bit. Okay, I'm going to probably link um, soon. Let me see. What's the ambition of this channel? Because if you want to get bigger, the channel needs to churning out shows more regularly. What's going? Yeah, I can't answer for what's the ambition for this channel because it's not me running it. I'm just a knobhead who sometimes turns up. But yeah, I agree. Like, um, consistency is good. But you must remember also, like, for example, with Rich and Goldbridge, if you compare the situations when Goldbridge started, so Rich has a life outside of this, and it's not his full-time job, obviously, and Goldbridge also it was it wasn't his full-time job as well, but you must remember when he started doing this, there was not many who did this. So that's the thing that like he did shows like kind of like Rich is doing now, but the thing is now there is so many channels. Whilst when Goldbridge did it, credit to him, there wasn't a lot. So he built his fan base because there wasn't so much else channels at the time. So it's much more harder. Like if Goldbridge started today, I still think he would make it through because he's like a very entertaining person. But it's much harder now than it was back then. So he was creative and started early before everyone else was doing it, and I think that's why he yeah. But yeah, I can't answer what's the ambition of the channel because it isn't mine. Uh, I've given up on this window. Yeah, I get, and I know it sounds pessimistic what you say. Like, I don't see the point of stressing about United unless the Glazers go. We will go nowhere. I'm exactly there as well, and I know it sounds pessimistic, but like we won't win the league when they are here because they won't spend. Imagine if we have a brilliant season this season and second, and the last thing we need to do. I don't think we will, by the way, but let's say they won't ever spend that money on the big signings that we need to compete with the top of the top of the top. So no matter how good we do, they won't uh, give the club what they need in terms of funding. So I agree. Like, what's the point of it all? I get it, but at the same time, imagine there are like championship clubs, that have it way worse than us, kind of, and like it's about supporting your club, but I'm the same as you. I can honestly say I've never been this detached, deflated, and um, yeah, I've always been like so excited for a season to start, and I've never been this. How do you say it? Not excited. Like this is the least excited I've ever been for a season to start, and I'm just like, what's the direction of the club? Like, you know, Carrick has done good, and this is not me. This is just me therapy, therapy session, sharing my feelings and emotions. But like the plan wasn't Carrick. It's like he wouldn't get a Premier League job basically, or maybe a relegation team. We have a board with like Wilcox and Barada was clueless. We have ownership that don't want to spend. We have had serial failures in the club that have lost like a million games 3-1, 3-0, 7-0 against like we keep shit players. Uh, yeah. And I know this seems very negative, but it's all true though. So yeah, I agree. Like it's so hard to stress about it. So yeah, I feel the same like you, but I just can't not engage still because it's United and I'm not like in a relationship, people these days they just the first hurdle, even though we've had 13 years of hurdles, but yeah, I'm the one who stays in a relationship and like try to like, yeah, if I don't have a girlfriend right now, but if she ended in a wheelchair or whatever like that, like I wouldn't just go. I believe in like fighting for your club, and that's why I moan like I do. It's because I want to be good. I moan because I care. Uh, it's much easier for me to just, yeah, yeah, we'll see how the season goes, and like, but yeah, I care with every fiber in my body, and that's why I am moaning because I don't see the direction the club is going. Um, Let me see. I'm going through some comments again. Yeah, thank you. Guy Fawkes was thank you. The one I was great show, Helga. I'm up for these types of shows. It's late afternoon here in the AC. What is AC? Is that Arizona? Maybe I'm wrong. Um, Thank you. Uh, the channel's growing slow because it's being connected to political channels by algorithm. What? I don't know about that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I have no clue about like algorithms and stuff. I'm not that technical, as you can see when the cameras go off, and it took me forever to set up this stream. And yeah, I'm not a technical guy actually. Let me see. No, just the same regulars who handle the live streams because the channel is not growing that much as all. No, just how do you change the algorithm then? Uh, One of the reasons it suffers because of the name. I'll take that up with Rich. Um, I love Rich, but he needs someone to give him direction. Um, um, he has to do it his own way. Also, I have like bachelor's degree in like business management and leadership and marketing. Um, so I also know a lot of things that can be smart to do and whatever, but at the end of the day, it's his channel and he does what he wants, how he wants it. But like I said, just you can write something here and I will say it to him. Uh, let's see. KD says, "I've got my eyes on you even when they're shut." Uh, KD says, "Yeah, we need some more girls in here." But if you look generally at the YouTube space, like there isn't a lot of girls. And like I say, I don't think it's quite right to just get girls on just to get girls on. Like if it happens naturally, and like imagine like in our call-in shows, like if there's, you know, it has to happen organically. I don't believe in like giving jobs to girls because they are girls. Like the best for the job is the best for the job. Uh, Saul says, I wish we had more shows throughout the day using regulars to fill in, make this most active channel to compete. Yeah, so you mean like having, for example, 3 shows a day at a set time every day, like the same time every day, and like if Rich can't, then others will fill in, but the show still stands, kind of thing. Is that what you mean? Valentine says, Doris, terrific. Your knowledge on United is superb. I agree. Uh, you have to pump out content or the channel basically stays stagnant. Yeah, I know, but like I said, I want you guys to say this to Rich, because you're kind of talking to the wrong person here because I don't. But I've written some of these messages down and I'm going to take it up with him because I do think input is like this is people's channel. So um, so hot Norwegian girls improve the ratings. I know plenty of girls, but few would find this stuff interesting. Yeah, nice. Get her on Helgi if she comes on. Yeah, I can ask, but she is like very famous. You can search her. Her name is like Therese Therese United or something like that. She is like a famous Norwegian supporter. So maybe she won't even see my message, but I can try. Uh, I'll write it down here. Um, I would like to hear female's perspective from time to time. Yeah, but I don't know. I just don't think I don't think the female perspective is different because it's football. So I just think the perspective isn't different because you're a female. It's different because you're a different person. Um, most people used to slam Beth when she first came on. Yeah, that's the sad thing about women get treated differently. Let's see. Is half two here, Helgi? How's the future? uh, okay, I'm going to speed run these. Uh, let me see. Uh, I I see a lot of people. I'm not going into the Goldbridge discussion, but I'm not the person who dodges stuff. But my opinion on Goldbridge is for people like saying he supports other clubs or just do it for money. Like, of course he does it for money because like he has a mortgage, a house, and a family. So of course he does it for money. But at the same time, remember how many years he did this without earning any money, like years and years and years and years. And just imagine you going on YouTube and speaking about, I don't know, ice skating or Everton. Like you wouldn't bother doing that 3 times a day for 10 years if you're really not passionate about it. Like no matter what. So my counter argument when people say like um, Goldbridge just do this for money, I say he could literally stop doing United Stand today and just do like YouTuber stuff like KSI or whatever. Like he could stop today with United Stand, um, and the deal with Neville and stuff. I think most of us would love it. Just think it's jealousy, to be honest. Like he will get to basically have, yeah, I don't know. I just think he's jealous, and also in Norway, I don't know if it's like that in the in the other world. I mean, in other countries, but in Norway, we say like if you don't have nothing good to say, just don't say it. And I feel like if you don't like Goldbridge, then just don't watch Goldbridge. It's easy as that. There's a lot of United YouTube content that I don't like and people I dislike. I just don't follow them, watch them, care, bother. Like, I don't use my day just you get what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't what like curling, so I don't watch curling, you know? But yeah, I think one thing is obviously he is a United fan. Obviously he squeezes money out of it, but like who in this chat wouldn't love to live off just chatting about United all day and like being a millionaire from it? Like every one of us, I think is a bit jealousy as well. Like, yes, he do it for money, but like I said, he doesn't have to do it. He could quit today and like be a YouTuber. He could he doesn't have to do it. Like he could go on and do a lot of different things today if he does it because yeah. Um, Let me see. Uh, we have something in common, Helgi. We have a lot of common because Valentine is one of my favorite names, and V for Vendetta is one of my favorite movies. And we love United. But what did you get a 2-1? What's that? Uh, I'm going to the chat. Uh, Let me see. I'm just flying through the comments now real quick. Uh, More than 3 shows. We get some extra the chat then. Okay. Yeah, I'll write it down, and tell him. Exactly. Exactly. I agree. Uh, only thing I only thing I didn't like about Goldbridge was he jumped into Talkspot. I disliked them off, he joined the enemy. Yeah, but at the same time, because I understand what you mean, but like you say, it's nice to play devil's advocate, and the other side of that is, like, I can only see it from my perspective, so I think Talksport shit, for example. But if they offered me the job, yeah, it's joining the enemy, but also it's a chance to do the radio thing correctly. So I would take the job as well because I would be like, they are just knobheads there, and I'm going to do it the right way, like make it 10 out of 10 radio. I think that was his aim, like go on and do a radio show like it should have been done. And obviously he didn't like it or whatever, but I can see both sides. I understand why you um, I met Goldbridge one. You learn, yeah, he's a character on the show, but all his opinions are like, but obviously, like it would be so crazy for him to like be jumping and screaming up in normal, like you get me, like if you meet Ricky Gervais or Jim Carrey or like funny personalities, obviously like Jim Carrey wouldn't be like in real life, like it's a character, and I know they are actors, but like, yeah, you know, Do you get what I mean? Like, it would be I would be more weirded out if I met Goldbridge and he was like he is on the show. I was like, "You prat!" or whatever, like, he's just a normal person at the end of the day. Like, yeah, o obviously, because I don't think he's acting, it's more like he's a more extreme version of himself, but I think that's why he's also popular. Because I don't know, but yeah, I don't want to talk about that no more, but I just think it's really funny, to be honest, and I don't think it's that deep. Like, yes, he has shit opinions. Yes, he has a lot of good opinions, in my opinion. And if you think he only has shit opinions and do it just for money, why bother? Why care? So I just, yeah, I just take it as it is. It's, yeah, Flex is shit. Um, yeah, honestly, I think a lot of the creators are, but I'm not going to go into names and stuff like that. But yeah, I've finally caught up with. I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about keeping on for another half an hour. If can people write like yes, or if do you want me to continue the show? Uh, So write yes or something like that if you want me to keep going for another half an hour and I want to maybe have some guests on from the chat. Uh, and if you want to jump on, um, please be respectful and stuff like that. And like I said, if I put you on and you're being rude or whatever, I will just remove whoever, and that's Where are you from, Valentine? Like what country? Okay, Ajabi says yes. Uh, is there anyone who I'll make a cup of tea. Yeah, I maybe have to refill some water because I'm really dry. I've been talking for about 2.5 hours, so I'm getting tired of my own voice as well, so it might be good. Uh, I'm just like really new to this, so I wanted to like put on like how do you say it? Uh, um, put the link in the chat, but I don't quite know how to do that, you see. Let's see. Sorry for spacing out. I'm just trying to um, find where I can like put the link. Uh, yeah, because I kind of want to attach. Oh, I've done it. Now I put the link in the chat. So if you want to join, I would love to speak to some of you. I'll take one at a time, just so it stays more. Yeah. So just write to me, write in the chat if you want to jump on, and just click the link. Uh, no, me neither. I'm starting to get a bit tired. I actually drove like 4 hours today. So I drove 4 hours, got home, fed the cat. I have a cat. I fed the cat, and then I started like putting on this show. So I'm a bit tired as well, but I think we can go on for about half an hour more. Is there anyone who wants to jump on? Just click on the link there, um, and I'll just do it like chronologically. And yeah, yo 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 yo, what's good? What's good, my guy? It's a bit late stream in the night, but it's nice to see you. It's just a low-key chill chat today, about nothing special, just the summer transfer window and how things are, and yeah, to United till I die and Agile. People are making a cup of tea. Oh, that sounded nice actually. Mm, maybe I should do as well. But yeah, I put the link in the chat. I've pinned it in the chat, like you say. Is there anyone who wants to join? Yo. So yeah, this would be a good time for someone to jump on. Um, but obviously, if anyone, if no one wants to, obviously I we can talk further. I just thought it would be nice, like the last half an hour, to give some new people a chance or whatever. Like, don't feel pressure. Like, uh, yeah, I get that. I get that. All I ask, obviously, is like if you say something stupid and stuff, that's no worry because like I say stupid things all of the time. So don't feel any pressure if you never done this before. I've like don't stress about it. It's like in the middle of the night, no one cares, it's chill. But just be respectful. We've been joined here by, how do I say that your name?
Jeff.
It's
It's Jeff from Texas.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, I've seen you a lot of times,
Hey,
but I
how you
just
doing, Helgi? You look tired.
say, are you from Texas?
What's that?
Are you from Texas?
Yeah,
Wow, because I've seen you in the chat and stuff, and we've talked, but I've never knew that you were from Texas.
yeah. I get on with Rich every once in a while.
Yeah, that's cool. How the hell does a guy from Texas start supporting United? That's cool.
There was a channel called Home Sports Entertainment back in the middle '80s, 82, 83, and they showed matches on Sunday morning and sometimes on Saturday morning too, at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, sometimes 6 o'clock in the morning. And a lot of times the United had the early game because they weren't very good then.
Yeah.
Um, and so my team colors that I played on my travel team were black and red and black. And my high school team was red. Soccer team was red and black too. And United was red and
Ah,
black. So I started following them, and
ah,
then I learned the history. I had to go digging because we didn't have computers back then, and I had to do some research. And I once I found out about the club history, I fell in love.
that's so cool. How did you research without the internet?
The
I'm only
library.
32. I'm only 32, but I also grew up like not using the internet for information. So I'm not like asking you like, how did you get information without the internet? But I'm just saying
Yeah,
like, how did you research the club without? I'm just,
there were actually I went to several different libraries, my public library, and then one in the city of Pittsburgh, where I was growing up, and they actually had books on Manchester United and the history of the club.
oh my God.
And I read about the
Like
Busby Babes and the Munich air disaster and all kinds of stuff.
this, thank you so much for coming on because this cheered me a lot actually because like I just wish the United players or the board or the owners could have hear you say that and hear my story or whatever like because it's like but I know that if they heard you talk they wouldn't care. I know that, but they should because it's like this isn't just something we just put on the TV. It isn't like an episode of Friends or rerun of Friends or whatever. Like you literally went to a bloody library to read about it and got so not emotional but like attached and like wow what a story like and they just treat this like this it's the cliche but I just don't feel like they don't know how much this means to us like emotionally and like how attached we are. It's not just something we watch once a week and we think it's a bit fun and then we go on with our lives. Some people live like that obviously and that's allowed but yeah, you get my point. I just wish they would like get off the millionaire chairs, like the players, the everything, because like there are hundreds and thousands of millions of like stories like this where this means so much though. So that was really cool to hear
Oh yeah.
actually.
Well, and in the '90s, in the early '90s, I was in the military after high school, and I had a friend that was stationed at RAF Mildenhall in England, and I would pay him to send me Manchester Evening News, the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday
By Lucker
editions of the paper, and Monday, Friday,
by
Saturday,
Luck
Sunday, and Monday.
Luckhurst. By
Yeah,
Luckhurst.
yeah.
No, but yeah,
No, it wasn't
that's
Luckhurst. It wasn't Luckhurst back
no,
then.
I
There was a
know,
bunch
I
of other
know.
guys. But I found out about getting Cantonar probably 2 3 weeks after it actually happened because I there was no way
Yeah,
to get that information, and at that time in the '90s, Fox Soccer Channel was just starting. ESPN covered a little bit late at night, but they didn't show matches. Fox Soccer was just starting in the middle '90s, and they showed some match. They were called something else then. They were FSC or something,
yeah,
and so they would show some matches late at night, and so I get to watch then. But the big thing that happened in 1998, I got my first computer that had a T100 card in it. So I got what was considered high speed internet back then. It wasn't dial up. It was whatever that was the first one where you could actually somewhat watch matches from overseas live.
That's
Starting in
crazy.
starting in '98. So
It's the way, like when I grew up, there was, you know how do you say it? The TV vendors, they buy rights and they sell
oh yeah,
rights and stuff. Yeah. So I'm born in 94, and I played football when I was about 3 years old, like as soon as I was able to walk and stuff. But I didn't choose like a favorite team, uh, because we I think we had only Italy, only Italy, like Serie A, till
yeah,
I was about 6 or 7.
yep,
I'm just joking. But so I didn't have a Premier League team then, and so I only watched Serie A, and then when I became 7, then we got rights in Norway to Premier League. And the funny thing, because people ask me like how I started supporting, and that's why I kind of don't like when in Norway, because it's only Liverpool and United in Norway basically. Like, and the other, like if you made like a diagram, or what's it called, it would be like 85% is Liverpool and United, and the rest is like Leeds, Arsenal, Chelsea, or whatever. But so when I meet people, they are like, "How did you start cheering for United?" And everyone assumes that it's like because obviously we were so good, and I'm like trophy hunter.
yep,
But the funny thing is, it's not about that at all, because the way I play football and the way my mind works, I'm a really like aggressive. I hate to lose, even playing cards. Like,
I'm the same way,
I'm a
Helgi. I'm the
really,
same way.
yeah, like I've always been like very anti-bully, like always taking care. I'm always been like a really nice guy, but all the parents always said to my mom like, "Who is this guy and what have you done to him?" Because they don't recognize the Helgi off the pitch and on the pitch. Because I didn't even start swearing until I was about 16, but on the pitch I started swearing when I was about 7, 8.
Yeah. See, here
Um,
in the state, that's funny you
so
say that because here in the states, that's swearing. Kids swearing on the pitch is an automatic card, automatic, from at any age, all the way up
oh
until you're an adult, and even adults. If you're a little bit of language is tolerated, but if you swear at the referee like they do everywhere else in the world, you're gone.
oh that's I don't know what that's good and bad. I don't know.
Now, the referees
But,
referees aren't out there to get verbally abused every week. That's one of the things
yeah,
I
yeah,
like here
yeah,
over there. I mean, it's crept into the professional league here, where the refs are
yeah.
constantly being
You
verbally
are
abused.
right, but
But in the amateur leagues here, you start effing a referee, you get a red card automatically.
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I just had to think about it
Too
for a
much
little
out
bit,
of again, it
but
takes
yeah.
it takes too much enjoyment out of the game. Because do you want to be out there every week getting cussed at?
Yeah, yeah, and it's just like I hate losing so much that I get. I'm like a bad mixture of like Diego Costa, Chiellini, Roy Keane. Like,
Well, you
played
could be
how
you
I
could
am
be
on the pitch.
passionate without dog cussing people.
Yeah,
But
but
see, in England, I get it because it's part of the lexicon. They say it in
but
everyday
it is like that
speech,
in
right? Is
Norway.
it that way
It
in
is like
Norway
that in
too?
Norway as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, especially the word
Oh
CUMT.
yeah, yeah. Here in the United
In Nor
States, you use that word, you get punched in the mouth. On the field, off the field,
in
it doesn't matter. That's not a normal word here.
in Norway we use that word to like if you miss the bus, even you use that word. So it's different from country to country. But we say like the C word, like oh, see, when we miss the
Oh yeah.
bus or like you miss a chance.
Well,
So yeah,
I got to work with some Australian and some English guys in the military, and they that was every third word.
yeah, yeah, and also I remember my parents never they never swear in front of me, and my mom's always been like, swearing means you have a bad dictionary and you don't know enough words, and that means you're
Yeah.
unintelligent. So she's always been brought up like that. But yeah, my point was, so when I was then 7 and I finally got um, English
Yep.
football, then I didn't have like a favorite team.
Yep.
So how did I end up with United? It was because of a really shit game, actually. So we weren't winning the league because it was the first season. So obviously we didn't know who won the league, but it was then 2000, 2001 or whatever. But the game that I watched, it was like a draw, a really shitty draw against like Bolton or Sunderland. We played shit, but the reason why it was one game of United and I chose them, like, oh my God, it was because Ferguson was out on the basically over the white line, like not where the managers should stay, but like that where you do the throw
Right.
in, like in the
Yep.
pitch, just cussing out the referee, the bench. Neville was like almost headbutting and like screaming. Keane got a red card. We were just so shit and nasty, and I was like, "This is my team." This, because I felt like the passion jumping out me through the screen.
Yep.
It was like I was like, this is the team that I would most hate to play against, and that's I want to
Well,
be my
they were
team.
good.
So
They were
that's like
very
why
good
I
then. They were in that transition period right there, but they were still very good.
they were yeah they were, but like a 7-year-old um, doesn't even know
No,
that
no,
kind
but
of.
the passion's what got you right,
It just
and
spoke
that's
to
what I
me.
got from that's what I got for studying the history of the club was the passion.
Yeah, so that's why I feel like obviously we don't want a club with only Roy Keanes, but it's just
Oh yeah, well,
a lot of
oh
that.
look, we've had
Uh,
Keane, Rooney. That's
yeah,
why I get so upset when people get upset with Bruno. Bruno's the most passionate player on the pitch.
yeah. I just think if Bruno was winning Premier Leagues and Champions League, he
Yeah,
would be
it'd be completely,
emotional.
absolutely. Well, and everybody
Yeah,
who goes
and
that says he whines too much, I tell them go back, get MUTV,
yeah,
go back and watch Keane
any game,
in
any game.
after he'd been with the club for 2 or 3 years, after he'd been there 2 or 3 years, and he felt that he had the that he was not going to get in trouble with Ferguson. He was waving his arms around. He was in the
Neville,
referee's face every 10 seconds. He was in the
Neville was
referee's face.
Neville was one of the biggest moaners I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
look, Bruno just wants to win. He's
yeah, yeah.
passionate.
That's
But
why.
again, there's people out there that hate him, so I don't get it.
What do you mean?
There's our fans. There's lots of our fans that don't like him, so I don't get it.
No, me as well.
Any good comments? I can't see comments.
I'm going to bring up some. Look at this. This is a good comment.
I can't see it.
Jeff is our resident ref. Ajabi says it's been a really shit and underwhelming window so far. Yeah, we talked a lot about that.
Oh yeah, I
Let me
agree. I
see.
agree, 100%.
Yeah.
It's not even worth talking about at this point. Now,
No, it's so obvious.
If that winger comes through and it is the next Ronaldo, then we had a good window. Otherwise, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I agree. I've talked about it for about 2 hours now, so I'm
Yeah.
pretty. That's why
I
it was
well,
nice
what
to.
the
Yeah,
thing I heard on another channel today that just made my stomach turn over is if Camison doesn't get a run out because he's sitting behind Dallo and Mazraoui at right back. it's going to be a crime because that kid's been playing really good.
Yeah. Uh, I just think it's a crime. Yeah, yeah. I could go on. There's like, if I took over the club tomorrow, there's so much I would do differently that it's hard to even talk about.
Oh yeah.
Uh, yeah,
Well, I
it
mean,
would be literally
everybody
a
keeps.
completely different club in every shape. The I would sell, I don't know, 12 players, and people say, well, you can send 10, 12. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I can tell them you're not a part of the plans. So if you want to play, you can like,
Ferguson got rid of people all the time.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And people just they just defend it like, people say, no, you can't get rid of 10 players in one window. Yes, you can. It's been done so many times by so
Well,
many clubs at so many
look,
levels.
and again, when he brought through the class of '92, man, he started throwing those kids in there because they were ready to play. But yes, they had some
Yeah,
good experienced players around them, but the ones that were ready to play, he put in, and I've been so impressed. I know they're not playing against anybody, but I've been so impressed just with the way they play together as a unit in the second half of matches. You can tell that they've been
yeah.
playing together for years, and use some of those connections.
Yeah, but the thing is, I agree with you, but my issue is, uh because I get you with the class of 92, but my issue is, uh like, for example, with Heaven and whatever, like, my issue is those those players shouldn't go in and be strictly competition from day one.
Yeah,
Not because of them, because we should demand better, and that's my issues. Like, so imagine if I was a centre back talent for United now. Just
sure.
imagine, it's crazy, right? But
Like
and
Devaney, the kid, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. And then they say, okay, you can start training with us. And like from day one, it's like, okay, you look up to Maguire, who you've seen been shit for like 8 years or whatever, or you see Lisandro and Delict in the treatment room, and you see Shaw, who's like lost more than I've lost socks. They don't have anyone to like look up to, respect, except for a couple of, so I get your point, but I just, like, you like, oh, how do I put this good? Okay. If you look at the history of football, like, no club has ever brought young talent through consistently and good that doesn't have a good first team. And that's my issue, is we can have all the talent in the world, but if we put them in too early, they will have the pressure. First of all, they will be inconsistent because they're young, and we just start them too early. And we did this with Janusai. We did this with so many players up in the years that we are just, oh, he's 18 years old. Oh, like Janusai shouldn't play so much so early, but just because we had like no other options, he played so much. And I just feel like that's the wrong thing with this club, is that in all the other clubs like Liverpool or PSG or City or Real Madrid and stuff, they have a good team that has success, a winning culture, and then they feed them into it. And like, but we are like, if there's a decent kid, we just play him all the time or whatever. Like, I just feel like we should fix our house before we tend to our garden, if you get what I mean.
Yes,
But I
but
do like our
again, the
youngsters.
problem is the problem is they're not going to spend the money. They've already proven it. What makes me really mad is Sir Jim's supposedly this big United fan, right? If I had his money, I would have sold everything that I had, gotten the $10 billion, paid off the Glazers and the debt, and took over the club.
And that's the mic drop. And that's the mic drop. Because, yeah, it can be said better. Like, if this was you, if this was Agile Beast, if this was Valentine, if you're a United supporter and looking at this, and you're a billionaire, and you're buying, well, we and keeping Shaw, Maguire, Mount, or whatever, like, you're not a United fan. Sorry. we are used to like having, Scholes and Keane and like the striker situation. If you just focus on that, like I'm used to having like Van Persie, Falcao. I know Falcao didn't work, but we didn't know that when we signed him. Like we had Falcao, Van Persie, Rooney, Tevez, Berbatov, Andy Cole, Dwight York, Solskjaer, Teddy Sheringham. And now we are going into a season with four competitions with one young striker. Like imagine, that's insane. It's
I know
insane.
we could have gotten Ollie Watkins. We could have gotten
Yeah,
Danny Welbeck. We could have
yeah.
gotten any of these guys who number one could teach a young striker how to be a professional and also give us cover. I know we're just not going to do it. It doesn't appear.
You
So
know,
we'll see.
my nightmare, not nightmare, but it's like just imagine us being really settled, like dream situation. I'm not that positive about the coming season, but let me be positive for a second. And let's just imagine Mbumo on the right, Cunha on the left, Bruno in the middle, and Sesko up top. Okay. And we actually win 5 out of 5. Everything works so good. Okay. And then Sesko gets injured. My issue then is we don't have another striker to put on there, so we have to then move Mbumo to a striker and play a completely different football, and it disturbs. So I'm always trying to imagine the best possible scenario. Okay, so when we envision the best possible scenario, it's that team or that working. But then one injury on Sesko, and you have to like disrupt, like, because we will play a whole lot different when we then have Ahmad or if we have Cunha or whatever. Like that's my issue. Like we should just have another striker. It's so obvious. Like what professional club? Like even if I was a League Two, was Preston North End or whatever, I would expect us to have one more than one striker for a season.
Oh yeah,
Like it's
and but hey,
ridiculous.
Helgi, he's hurt
Yeah.
right now with no return date.
What did you say?
He Cisco's hurt right now with no return date for being able to have contact.
Exactly. But they're
I
not
mean,
stressing. Ineos are calm.
we don't. Here's the one good thing: we really don't know what they're doing or thinking. For the first time since before the Glazers took over. There's the least amount of talk about transfers that I've ever heard. They're
Yeah,
not. They're not. They're not playing the game that Woodward and some of those other. I mean, David Gill was a master of deception. He would make everybody think he wanted one player and go get somebody else. Right?
I,
I don't know if they're trying to do that, but nobody knew about Tielemans.
I, I, I
Nobody knew about Santos.
but
Nobody knew about this kid Teenan.
can I play
Oh,
can
and
I play
hold on
devil's
one second.
advocate here?
Good, good
Yeah.
morning, Solly and Tyrone and Agile.
Good morning.
Well, Tyrone, it's
Uh,
only 9 o'clock at night where I'm at.
uh, I'm just putting the link out again so that if someone else wants to, but not that I
Yeah,
want you to leave, not at
no,
all.
no,
But
no.
I'm just saying it,
I am
it's fair.
fixing to jump off. I am fixing to jump off. I gotta hit
It's
the
fair
gym
to give
before I go
everyone
to
the
bed.
chance. But yeah, what I want to
Yes.
say is, uh, I get because I hated the same as you, like the Woodward thing. But the devil's advocate was. Uh, I think the lack of noise is also lack of activity because I get the Santos and Tielemans and we didn't know, but at the same time, think of it, it's because no one else wanted Andre Santos, and second of all, it's because they were desperate. They wanted to sell him to fund him. So just envision it happening. It's like you pick up the phone, Chelsea, we want to buy him. Oh, nice. How much you want? Okay, price, done, boom. It goes really fast. You don't have a saga, so that's why it's not out. And the same with Tielemans, it's like a release clause. So it's not like Ineos have keeping us like guessing and being not leaking that much. It's literally because they're going for like really easy targets that no one else wants, or a release clause, if you kind of understand what I mean. Like if we are going to buy, for example, a guy who has a release clause tomorrow, we can just pick up and say we are going to get that, and then there's no like things in the media either way. Do you get what I mean? Like if we
I
signed,
do.
for example, if we signed Nusa from the Norwegian,
Yep.
if we signed him without us knowing, then I would say respect for not like
Sure.
leaking out. But I think the deals are like those are like so simple deals that I don't think it's them being very good at like keeping us in the
Oh,
dark. I just think those deals happen really quickly because he is desperate, Chelsea is desperate, we are
yeah.
desperate, so it happens really
But
quick.
what I'm talking about, Helgi, what I'm talking about is we know we wanted Fernandez. We know we wanted Elliot Anderson. There's been several other people that everybody knows we wanted,
Yeah,
but there's no talk about what our bid was, what the pricing was, what the
yeah,
negotiations with the player were. That used to be everywhere in the papers. We had no secrets. We had leaks all over this club,
yeah,
and now we're not hearing all that leak stuff, but we still know who we're interested in. I got one more thing
yeah.
before I go. I got one more thing, and then I'm going to jump. Did you see we signed the hottest keeper in the championship from Swansea?
Huh?
Yeah, we signed another keeper. His father's a famous keeper and famous keeper coach. Mortensen is his name, and
What?
yeah, yep, signed him today.
Wait, I have to go see.
Supposedly, the team he was loaned out to last year from Swansea, he got him in the Europa League. 10 clean sheets, 34 matches won.
We have.
Yep,
Oh, okay, now see. Mark. His first name is Kit. Ineos will
yep.
love him. Yeah, first Kit. Margitson. I've never heard of his dad. Uh, but yeah, uh, that's nice, I guess.
No, Tyrone, unfortunately, I'm not joking. Sesko's shin has been injured since the end of the season, since the Liverpool game. He had
Yeah,
a major contusion. I think he broke his leg, and I think they're just not telling anybody.
yeah. I just think that things can happen, and we need to be prepared for it because it's football. It's like expect the unexpected. I don't want to. I've never been the guy to like chase. I'd rather be prepared, you know. Um, so I feel like we are, what's the word in English? It's like we are reactive instead of proactive, and I feel like
Oh, very, very.
it's so it's so
We've been reactive for the last 5 to 7 years. Go completely reactive.
yeah, yeah. So I feel like it's so typical of our club to be like um Sesko gets injured in November or whatever, like, oh, we could have never foreseen this
Well, how do you not have a
anomaly.
striker? How do you not have a list of strikers that
Yeah,
you're going after when you know your lead striker has been out since the Liverpool game?
one striker for four competitions.
Well,
Like,
actually, hey, no, 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 no. There was an article a few weeks ago by the guys that the Athletic that United, I think it was Andy Minton, had been talking to somebody at United and said that they consider that they have three strikers. They have Sesko and Bumo and Kuna, all are considered
ex
strikers.
exactly. The worst thing is that I believe them. Like, I
Oh yeah,
believe that they believe that.
I believe they believe that too. And the other thing is now with Rashford coming back, they're gonna try to slide him in there as well.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm probably one of the most negative persons about that. So, not that I hate Rashford or anything, it's just like like I said, why I started supporting this club, and then you can put two and two together. Like, yeah, I've coached football, but I've also like always except for like a
Yeah.
couple of seasons here and there. I've always been captain, even though I'm a striker.
Yep.
I can,
Yeah.
I can.
I played for 42 years and I ref for 32 years.
Oh, I make music as well.
So, but
I
hey,
live
Sully asked
as
a
I live
question.
as a
So
songwriter.
Sully's question is, we signed a keeper. He's not considered a youth keeper because he's been playing first team football for a team that he got into the Europa League. I do believe we're going to
Yeah,
loan him out pretty much immediately.
yeah,
Celtics looking for a keeper. They were looking at Vitek, and they were looking at I don't know. They'll I think Vitek's going to get sold. I think we're going to put this kid out on loan. Everybody talks about Heaton. There was a good article in the Athletic a few months back that asked why Heaton got a new contract or why they're keeping him on the team. And it's supposedly he's a very calming presence with all the players in the dressing room. And he knows he's not going to play. He knows he's not going to get minutes unless it's an absolute emergency.
yeah,
But he is there basically like a player coach to work with the young guys to teach them how to be professionals, not just keepers, all of them. But supposedly
yeah,
he is getting a lot of credit for as well as Setting Lamas played last year.
yeah. Something he must have done right. So that's at least good. But thank you so much. It was nice to speak to you because obviously we see each other in chats and around. I never knew that you were American. So
That's a
especially from
great
Texas.
Helgi. That's a great compliment. You thought I could talk good football. I wasn't American.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like someone in the chat said we need more girls on the channel, but it's like we don't need more
No, we
girls. We
do. We
just
do.
need
No, we do. We do. I'd
yeah,
rather listen to Dora talk than my ugly voice any day.
yeah, but like we don't need girls just because they are
No, no,
girls.
no.
We need, it's like
Dora, Grace, Renee, they all have very strong opinions.
yeah,
I wish Grace would come on more.
yeah, yeah,
I wish Renee would come on
yeah,
the lives more, but I think she's in the U.S. too. So she's like me. We have
yeah.
all if we don't get announcements too far in advance, sometimes it's hard to plan. Like I didn't know about this stream at all. I just happened to be scrolling through looking for a replay, and you were still on live.
Dude, Rich didn't know about this stream. I didn't know about this stream. I drove 4 hours because I was at the cabin in the woods, pun not
One time,
intended.
Valentine. One time, Grace came on, and I think she hasn't been back
Uh,
on because she got a little pushback that day.
but yeah, so I drove for 4 hours and then I came home after being like in a Norwegian, like a cabin in the mountains.
4 hours.
And I was like
That's a
tired because
long
it's
drive
night here.
for a European. That 4 hours is a long drive.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I came home, but I just was like, dude, I need to, because I've been with like family for the last
Oh
week
yeah.
and I was in a holiday before that as well.
Yep.
So I just felt like I need to vent, I need to have therapy, I need to talk about United. And I just asked Rich, like, can I just do a solo show, just winging it? Yeah,
No, no, you're doing
none
great,
of us
Helgi.
knew.
You guys are doing great, man. You're pushing 3 hours right now. It's awesome. I'm gonna bounce. I
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
hit the gym before I go to bed.
Yes,
So y'all have a good night, and I'll be listening.
yes, do that, and thank
All
you.
right, take care.
Let me see. I'm going to get both Tyrone and Agile on at the same time. I think his name is Elliot. I just going to put both on.
Both on.
Let me see
Let
here.
me
Oh,
see here. Oh,
hello.
What's up, fellas?
hello.
I think
I
there's
think
a feedback at
there's
your
a
place,
feedback at your
Elliot.
place, Elliot.
Oh, okay. I gotta.
You probably have to
Probably
have
have to have
headphones in.
headphones in.
Is that right?
Morning.
Morning.
How you guys doing?
How you guys doing?
Agile, just put in headphones or something because our sounds come out to your speaker. So it's
How you doing?
just do a thumbs up, Elliot, when you have fixed something, and I will add you. Hi, Tyrone, you cheeky little. I'm good. I'm starting to get tired. It's 4:30 now in
No,
Norway.
man, you're. To be fair, I think you're a proper trooper, man. Like the way you've just been doing the stream for this long, it's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
So yeah,
Let me
I
see.
noticed people aren't really happy about the transfer window so far.
No, I'm going to see here if Alif can join. Hello? No feedback.
Okay. I think I got it.
But I can't hear you that good. You can just put both in, because the microphone is probably on the headset. If you speak now.
Yep. Can you hear me?
That's better.
Yeah, now I can hear you. We can do a test, say Don Conegliano is the most sexy, handsome beast in the world. Or something like that. Just joking. No, good to have you guys on. Yeah, it's so hard to. It's like I don't know about you guys, but I struggle with like don't wanting to put 19 bullets in my head and still supporting United. That's kind of like it's so hard to not be negative because I'm the silver lining type of person, and I want to find like I want to dream, I want to be optimistic, I want to be a little bit delusional, but it's so bloody hard now.
I was yeah.
I can't even lie to myself.
I was very negative, obviously, because I'd seen Tielemans in the World Cup with Belgium, and I wasn't particularly impressed with him. So when I found out we were signing him, I was just proper angry. Do you know what I mean? The negativity was like building up in me. But like as the weeks have progressed, you know, Aston Villa fans and friends in my friendship group who I play football with, they've just tried to convince me. They're telling me, look, you know, you might have signed him like late on his career, but it'll be a good signing for us. They're adamant he'll be good for us. So I'm gonna give him a chance. I'll give any United signing a chance, but I wasn't happy when we first got him.
Yeah, it's not a sexy signing, but I think like you say, the reactions of the other fans tells you all, and all my friends as well has been like, yeah, they've been like shocked when I told them like, oh, there's split opinion about him. Some are skeptical. They're like, what about Tielemans? So that's like the reaction I get from like my friends. They are like shocked that like I have one of my best friends is sadly an Arsenal supporter, and he said like I'll gladly take him at Arsenal. Like I would be happy if we bought him, not like as starting every game, but like he is quality. So I agree with that. It's just not the sexy signing, and I think also it's Ineos's fault because imagine if they signed Tonali and then they signed these two, we would be like, yeah, that's cool. A little bit of a punt with Andre Santos and Tielemans, Prem proven. But I think the how do you say it, the order they've done it in makes us be like, yeah, who is the third midfielder then?
Yeah.
Because like I've said to Rich, I've said if the third midfielder now was Bergvall,
oh God, please no.
I will.
Oh
be
no,
fuming.
no.
I will be fuming.
That's not an acceptable summer. Definitely not.
No, exactly. And if the third midfielder is I can't even think now. Who is a really good
I like Amicha. I've always said on this channel, I want someone who's tall, who's quite physical and quite fast and athletic, and who's good on the ball. And, you know, he's probably the next best option. Buati's going to be way too expensive, and I don't see us going into like a pricing bidding war with anybody. So, you know.
That's a perfect example. I was like, name me a player. You hit the nail on the head because I've said to Rich, like, if we end up signing like Bergvall, then I will be fuming. If we end up signing Amicha, then suddenly Tielemans and Santos look more sexy to me. You get me? So that's why I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. They don't deserve it, and I don't have faith in it. But I want to see who the third is before I make my mind up, because I feel sorry for Tielemans and Santos because, like, they are there's something there, obviously, but it's not like it all depends on the last one.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because if the last one's is shit, then they are shit.
For me, the only thing that will save Ineos like this window is if they spend 100 million on like an Adam Wharton, someone of that kind of skill set. I think for me that would be the only way they could actually save what's happened. If we get another like 35 million to 40 million signing, I won't be too happy. But,
I know Tyrone, but we've already bought like 2 passers. I don't see us going for a 3rd passer, right? And that's
yeah. No,
the balance wouldn't be there, in my opinion.
I would
rather have Wharton.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
like imagine us, because I was thinking the exact same thing that you said, Elliot. Because I love Wharton, by the way, like love. But him and Mainu, or him and Tielemans, or Mainu and Tielemans, they would get run through like red light districts. Like, I love them individually, but oh my god, like Wharton and Mainu would have been like horrible, and the same with Wharton and Tielemans. Like,
do you think
Wharton,
so? I think
Mainu, and then Shaw and Maguire. Too many slow players in the team.
Yeah,
no for me.
But Tyrone, you're also not wrong. Do you know why? Because you're thinking, but I think they can work together, and I think you're right as well. But like Elliot says, in a team that plays that way, but Carrick like has posters and like gets his lotion every week, and like watches Maguire. Like, I think he makes love to his wife with like a Carrick poster on the wall, and we can't play a high line with him, and that's his favorite. Like, he is going to start Shaw and Maguire like 38 out of 38 games next season, probably. So I think Wharton and Mainu and Wharton and Tielemans could have worked in a different team. But when we have Maguire, we can't play a high line, So he has to have the Maguire meters, as I call it. So no matter how we play, Maguire will just stand 10 feet away. So it just stretches the team. So I agree with you.
Oh my god, man! Seriously, it was like I went to go see the Arsenal game in the UK.
Yeah.
So seeing it there live and watching Maguire, he's at least like 15 yards behind Lisandro Martinez. You can see this. You can't see this on the TV, but anybody who's in the chat who watches it, Maguire always stays back. He always pulls the defensive line way back, and that's why. Yeah.
Are you
that's
down?
What really annoys me.
Are you down to just rename it from today on? I call it to my friends the Maguire meters.
Yeah.
And when I was a coach, a brief stint, it was 2 years, but I went on like different courses, and I was with Brady Hangeland, if you know who that is. He was a
Fulham player.
He was a captain.
He's a good player.
Yeah, Fulham and stuff.
Nice.
And he was really good. He was actually linked to Arsenal and stuff like that. And I spoke to him not about Maguire.
Not the quickest, but I say he's got more athleticism than Maguire.
Yeah, but exactly. So I talked to him about this, and I said to him, when did you feel on your body, or like, I said to him, like, when did you feel like you weren't the player you used to be, or whatever? And he said, when I started like automatically in my brain, out of fear, standing 5 meters behind that I usually did the past 10 years. How it affected the offside line of my fullbacks, of thinking, wow, now I'm a good player, but I'm starting to be a little bit hesitant, a little bit of like, I am good at Fulham, but at the same time, I'm a little bit of a liability now because of it. And he said this was like, and when I was feeling myself, I stepped out of those meters. I was like, dude, you got this. And then he would let in a goal because he couldn't catch it, and he was like, "Fuck, I'm never doing that again." And that's exactly where you see Maguire now. He was never the quickest, but you can see it. And people in the chat can tell me, "Oh, Maguire's decent. Oh, mentality monster," because he got bullied on Twitter or whatever. But like, I know he had like threats and stuff, but I just like, it's late. But
no.
yeah,
It was okay. It was pretty good. Like when he could time those challenges, when he stepped out into like midfield and he would actually get the ball. But if he doesn't get the ball, he is skinned. He's bye. You know, he's not catching back, and it looks foolish on TV. He's not catching back. Have you ever?
Well, in the Champions League, Maguire will get rinsed. I think if
exactly.
He'll get rinsed. Yeah.
Tyrone, why did you have to bring that up?
Yeah, that's. I think instead of getting another midfielder, I think we need a top young centre back to come in. You know, I think that's more.
We need so much.
I agree.
Left back. We need.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get another drink.
Okay.
So you guys can talk.
No, I agree, and that's the issue I have. Like, we need so much. Like, it's not like, oh, it would be nice to have a new centre back. Like, we do need it. It wouldn't be nice to have another left back. We need it. Like, the man doesn't overlap.
What do you think of Sander Berge if he was to come in? Is that someone you like, or?
I like Sander Berge, but not now in the window because of what we already have bought. So I would be fuming if we got him now. But if we got him like, obviously he isn't like Tielemans. He's more like he's not like Andre Santos, but Andre Santos is more defensive minded than Tielemans. But if we got Tielemans, Berge, and Micha, I would love that. So, but now it's too late.
Can I say something on Berg?
Yeah.
Sorry. Right now, the situation is I'm willing to accept. I'm okay because we're not going to get like our first, like a top class midfielder now. It feels like it. We fucked up already. So even though I don't want this, but I'm willing to accept the facts because it's just how things are. If we could get like a short-term solution and then really try and get the next best midfielder next summer. I mean, we should have done it this summer. We had all that time, but we fucked it up. And it, so I wouldn't mind Berg for, reasonable, but he's not, but that's the thing. He's not going to get sold for a reasonable price. Fulham, they're not going to sell him for a reasonable price. We don't have any negotiating power or anything. We overpay for every fucking player ever.
I think they'll want 50 million for him. That's my worry.
Exactly. Yeah. We pay 48 million pounds for Santos. I was like, I can't believe this. He's a good player, but we've just given Chelsea four times the worth.
Yeah.
No, it sucks, dude.
I was literally watching your face there, and I recognized myself so much in your brain. Do you know how it looked? It was like, because your brain is like, I would be happy like with Berg instead, and then we go for a good one next summer, and then your brain was like, oh, no, I wouldn't. This Man United, I could do it. Like, it's literally like the manipulation of Ineos. Like, I do that all the time myself. I have to like check myself before I wreck myself. But it's like, I see the thought process, like, because I don't disagree with you. Like if you get in Berg and then go for the one next summer. But what if we're out of the Champions League next summer? But I get you. It's like, I've lowered my standards so much, and I have to sometimes just kick it up. Like, no Berge this summer. We are getting a good midfielder this summer. No. Because they said that this last summer and the last. I agree with you. Like, we have to think like realistically, but at the same time, like, why do we have to be submissive? But at the same time, you can't be unrealistic. So it's like the brain is working like, this is what Manchester United, what we want, and this is how they view them.
The only silver lining, I would say, like next season, Tottenham's not going to need a midfielder, right? Man City won't need a midfielder. It might be an open lane. Now, I'm not saying this to justify this shitty transfer approach, but I don't like. You just kind of have to accept reality. We really fucked this up, and we
but
may
who
have
are we
to
waiting for? That's my question.
There's always people that emerge, right? We always
you get what I'm saying. I would be like, there are so many. Like, what's the excuse for not getting in Micha? What's the excuse for not getting Camavinga? What's the excuse for not getting a good midfielder now?
I agree. And Micha is really great. Not only this, people should realize like he's both German and English, right? He decided to play for Germany. He would actually count as a homegrown player.
Okay.
So he's perfect. I wouldn't mind spending £100 million on Micha because I really like.
I agree. It's massively overpriced. But like I said earlier in the stream, everyone is overpriced. The only reason why we are moaning is because we are not selling overpriced. All the other clubs don't care. All the other clubs don't care. They're selling Bergwall for bloody £50 million. Chelsea is selling their bench player for £50 million. So they don't care. Like, if Spurs...
I saw that Chelsea are going for Henderson today. I was like, what the fuck? Right, Chelsea are going for Henderson?
You know what really annoys me? Like, United Till I Die is spot on. Like, you're looking at Dalot, Shaw, Maguire, and Mason Mount. None of these guys are good enough for their national teams. Like, Dalot wasn't even starting for Portugal, but yet they're good enough for United.
United Till I Die, yeah. I agree. We're all in agreement. They should be binned out the club a long time ago.
I agree. The mic drop is as simple as that. If I could say it in one sentence. If we have players that no one else wants, why should we want them? Exactly. And that's the mic drop. Yep. No one is bidding for our players for years. It's basically Bruno.
Such shit sellers. Oh my God.
I think John Murto's the one to blame. I blame John Murto for bringing Mount in. That really pissed me off.
Yeah.
I didn't even want it.
I agree.
There are so many to blame, but it's like we should have been Shaw and Maguire and Mount, and I agree. Yeah. But it's like, and people say no one wants them, and I would say, yeah. So we should keep the shit then to do everyone else a favor. Like, what is this planet that I'm on? And is this a Rick and Morty episode? Like, what the actual like?
Well, this is the problem.
No one else wants Maguire, so we should keep Maguire because no one else wants him. That would make me want to sell him even more.
No, but Ineos, they're looking at it. You know what? If we keep Maguire, we haven't got to go out and buy a brand spanking new centre.
Yeah, I know.
That's true.
It's just cheap. That's what they'd rather do.
I have to go grab a glass of water, so you can just chat. You two, I can give you what, and I'm going to listen. Meanwhile, I'm going to give you like a question which you can discuss.
Sure.
It's 2 questions, okay? So both of you are going to answer it. Like,
all right.
First question: if you were the owners, would you buy a left winger or a left back? And question number 2: would you buy a left winger or striker? Because we have 1 striker and like 6 wingers. So that's the question. Like, and
yeah.
So
So I'd buy. I think the most important position like Agile is probably like a left back. That's what I'd go for.
I agree.
And I think we've got enough players that can play left wing, so I'd probably go for a striker, another striker.
Yep,
left back.
100% agree. I'd say a left back and a striker as well. Like I said, I mean, Cunha can do a job out there, but yeah, I'm not. If we try to play like if we actually get like a proper left back that can actually run forward, right? The left of the 4-2-3-1 can actually come in a bit, right? It doesn't have to be touch tight on the wing.
Yeah.
But Shaw, he's not athletic anymore. He can't do it.
When I look at Lewis Hall at Newcastle, I see Luke Shaw when we first signed him. That's who he reminds me of, like a very young Luke Shaw that can just get up and down. I think when he broke his leg, he was never the same, sadly. And
sadly, he wasn't. No, yeah.
And it's just, but this club's sentimental because when his contract was coming to an end, they decided to just renew it. Whereas other clubs would be ruthless and be like, "Look, we're going to sell you."
100% agree.
Yeah.
I said that. I said that earlier in the chat. Yeah, I said like, how many other players have been? Because it's now what? It's now what? 12 years he's been at Man United. If you look through the other top clubs, they don't have, unless it's an exceptional player, they don't have anybody of Luke Shaw's quality still at the club. But we do.
And then the thing that really annoyed me the most is, like, I thought to myself, the club's giving you so much loyalty. And then he done an interview where he admitted, he kind of said, I prefer playing for England than Man United. And when he said that, I just thought, you've got no respect.
That sucked.
And also if you literally go, because I was just kind of, how do you say it? I was not assuming, not expecting. I was, when you are a bit like a suspect, when you I was suspect. Oh my God, English is so hard for Norwegian sometimes. I was a bit like, I wonder if, kind of, you get what I mean? So I went to check his like Wikipedia page, and it literally confirmed my thoughts. Like, the only times Shaw's been good, I literally looked, it's been Euros or World Cup.
Yeah, for summer tournament.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And it is scary because some people can say it's a coincidence, but
it's not a coincidence.
Like, this was his last chance of ever going to World Cup. And is it a coincidence that this is his first season ever without an injury? Like,
well,
in
this
11
is the problem.
years.
But this is why a left back is.
He's going to break down.
He'll get injured. He's going to get injured a lot this season because there's no World Cup at the end of it.
100.
We're not stupid. Do you know what I mean?
And also, it's like the issue with Shaw, which has made me like resent him, which is not his fault, because there are things he has done and said that made me resent him, but there are also things that isn't his fault. It's the fact that he's been our starting left back for basically 11 years. So this isn't his fault.
Yeah,
the club hasn't signed a left back in 11 years because no, we have Shaw, but he's never fit though, and so that's not his fault. But if he was just like, imagine these 11 years, but we had like I don't know, DiMarco from Inter and then Nuno Mendes or whatever, I wouldn't give two shits about when Shaw is, oh, he's back, nice, Shaw gets to play a little bit. I would actually like Shaw, I think.
He's become complacent, hasn't he? Okay.
Yeah, 100%. So I think that's not his fault that the club is like that. But we have, like, for now 8 years or whatever, we have had Malaysia, we have had Amrabat, Reguilon, Dalot, Masra. Like, we have, like, they have played. If you accumulated Shaw versus the other category would be other. The other would be more than Shaw, but the other is shit compared to...
You know what really annoys me, though? We had Alvaro Carreras or Fernandez.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Yeah, we should have played him.
Yeah, he was perfect. And now he's at Real Madrid. It's just so annoying because we did have a ready-made replacement for him.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, yeah, we got totally screwed on that deal, too. I think Real Madrid paid $50 million for him, and we got pittance.
And the same with, like, James Garner. We let James Garner go and spend 50 million on Ugarte.
Yeah, the only incomings we get in the summer transfer window is on sell-ons because we can't sell shit.
Yeah, and possibly players that I don't want to sell. You get me? Like, the players we want to sell, nobody wants to buy. And the players we don't want to sell, which isn't a lot, to be fair, but like if Masraoui goes, for example, like in what shroom LSD world do we let Masraoui go ahead of Dalot, and Shaw. Like, I don't want to be a part of that world.
No, I
anymore.
don't
Like,
want to get rid of Maz. Maz should be playing. He's a
that's
good quality
mental.
football player.
And
Well,
one
you know,
thing
yeah.
I feel is the biggest misconception about Masraoui that I wish I could beat people in the head with, not like violently, but like people need to understand. Like, he was one of the most sought after in Ajax. He was so good in Ajax from a very young age. Then he went to Bayern. Oh, but he wasn't that good in Bayern. Yes, he was. But do you know who played the right back? No, I don't care. It's the Kimmich, their captain, basically. Okay, and he was
Kimmich.
loved by the fans in Bayern. Okay, and then he comes to United. Oh, can he do it in the Premier League? Yes, he can. He was brilliant and consistent under Ten Hag. But what happened then? Oh no, Ten Hag got fired and Amorim came in. Is Masraoui a right back, wing back? No. Is he a centre back? No. Did he do okay there? Yes. But is he a right back played out of position? Yes. Okay, so he was unlucky there. And then we get Carrick, who masturbates to Dalot at night. Sorry, I can't sugarcoat it, but so we haven't seen, like, to people, Masraoui hasn't been that good. It's been a bit injured or whatever. Like, no, we have had a manager who plays a formation that he does not suit, and when we had a manager who played the formation he suited, he was good. Like, we called him Mr. Consistent, and who can you say that about in this team? No one except for him, basically. And then we get the three at the back.
Did you guys watch the Netherlands Morocco game? I thought Mazraoui was the best player on the pitch.
Yeah, I did.
He was one of the best for Morocco. It was one of the best for Morocco, like, full stop, in the tournament.
Yeah.
Him and Hakimi.
Yeah, he needs to be in the team.
Yeah.
My only worry with Mazraoui is the same with Shaw. Like, will he stay fit? Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
That's true.
But
But he will. But the problem for me is, like, this is a question also to you guys. Like, I get literally when people ask me, like, because I'm basically one of the only ones of my friends who is a United supporter. All the other people are like other teams, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, and they ask me, like, dude, why are you so down about, like, they are more hyped about United season than me? And I say, because it's like I stepped in the time portal and I'm back to Ollie, because we're going to play Rashford at the wing with Carrick, and we're going to start most games in the Champions League and Premier League with Shaw, Maguire, and Dalot. I want to shoot myself in the face. The only thing that excites me is Sesko and Mbeumo, Cunha, Bruno.
Helga, it depresses me too, and I don't see Carrick standing up and taking a stand and dropping one of them.
He loves them.
I don't know. It sucks.
If everyone was fit, he would start those three. 100,000%. 100,000%.
If I'm Michael Carrick, I'm saying to the board, look, Real Madrid have just signed Cucurella. Alvaro Carreras isn't going to be getting any game time. I want him back. That would be my message to the board.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Will he be getting much game time now that Correa's gone there? I don't think so. So that's an opportunity.
Yeah, Alvaro, he really got dropped for Real Madrid last season, and I thought it was a little bit unfortunate. But he's still a good player. I would much 100%, 200% rather have him over Shaw. Shaw is shit.
Yeah.
I've been saying this for a long, long time. It's the same thing. I don't agree with Mourinho on a lot of things, but the one thing I agree with him on Shaw, even though he's lost his physicality since, but it's his positioning. He switches off. People complain about Dalot switching off, but Shaw switches off so much. You can't. He could be really, really good for about 85 minutes, but then like 90 minutes, he turns all the way up in like right wing, and he's like leaving everything wide open. Like I watched the Wrexham goal. I was like, because I didn't watch it live. I was like, "What the fuck is Shaw doing? He just runs away from the defender."
Yeah.
No,
unbelievable.
But you know what's weird with Shaw? I look because I've seen him play live a few times, and I was impressed with the size of the guy. The guy looks like a beast. Like he's like 6 foot plus. He's built like a brick shit house.
So sharp on the ball.
A lot.
But then
a lot of meat pies.
It's concentration. I was just shocked. But I was really shocked by how tall he was and how big he looked. I was like, wow. But on the TV, it's mental. You see him on the telly, and you're like,
his eyes are massive. But no, I've never...
What I'll say about Shaw, I want to give him because I've always said he's such a good. He's got such a nice first touch. I've always thought that.
Yeah,
cross.
Technically, he's been always really good. Like Maguire, I think is shit technically. He's always he can't take it like. No, I mean Shaw actually has a nice first touch, but everything else is gone.
But to put it very easily, everything we're discussing about Shaw, I have never, ever, 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 since we signed him, since Mourinho's I have never said Shaw is not a good player. That's not the question for me. Did you hear when I spoke to Jeff about why we started supporting United? Yeah, that's my issue. It's so simple. I've always said when people say, you don't like Shaw, you don't like... I'm saying he's a good defender, he's a good attacker, or he was. His good technique, his body, he's a brilliant player. So I've never said he's not a brilliant player. He has a shit mentality and he's okay with losing. That's my problem.
I don't like that.
The player itself.
True.
Yes, the concentration thing, but doesn't that have to do isn't that connected to mentality of switching off then? Because my issue with him is that I literally, I've studied psychology as well, doesn't make me an expert in stuff, but you can literally see on his face when we lose 5-0 and get smashed up, he doesn't care. It's a little bit and then once a year he comes out in a post match and people are like, "Oh, Shaw tells it like it is." How about you fucking play more than 5 days a week though? No, a year.
He doesn't. He blames everybody except himself. He doesn't take any responsibility for his own performances. Yeah.
When you play cards, if we played cards with Shaw at the hotel room, okay, and I beat him, he'll be like, and I go to bed. I would, I would slam the card and be Bruno. I hate losing no matter what, and that's my issue with him. And that's why Mourinho didn't like him from the get-go. And that's why Mourinho didn't like Martial. Martial also, so brilliant football player. But Mourinho, if there's one thing he can see a loser when he sees a loser. And that's what he saw. He didn't see talent. He saw people being okay with losing. Not okay, but United, Rooney, if you think of whoever, West Brown, O'Shea, one thing they all have in common, if you're a keeper, striker, winger, Ronaldo, if you're Cristiano Ronaldo or Darren Fletcher or Darren Gibson, one thing they all had in common is they fucking hate losing even a training. And that's one thing they all had in common, no matter what position, no matter what age, no matter what experience, Prem proven, Snickers proven, Coca-Cola proven, I don't care. They all hated losing. And we have so many players that are I'm going to go play Call of Duty afterwards in my Rolls Royce, because
that's Shaw.
and that's I think
it's interesting. Sorry, go on.
No, I was done.
No, I'm just saying that it's interesting you mentioned Martial, because I remember when he first came in and he was on fire, and he had an interview and he said Louis van Gaal is so scary. And it was just he played best under Van Gaal because he knew he couldn't put in a bad performance. And then his form just dropped when Mourinho came in. But I think Louis van Gaal, as much as I didn't mind him, he made mistakes. He got rid of too many. He got rid of too many Premier League winners who'd won the title before.
Yeah.
I have such a controversial opinion. You won't probably
football
find
was
the guy
so
who.
it was shit under Van Gaal, but
yeah.
at least he had a plan. If we could have stuck with it, maybe we could have gotten the technical players, and maybe it would have like happened.
Yeah,
but
you're spot on.
It was really, really bad. I remember watching those games and not scoring a goal. That was just that was bad.
He sold Welbeck, didn't he? He sold Raphael. He got rid of way too many players that I liked. I loved Raphael, man. He wasn't the best, but he was a winner. He didn't.
Raphael.
He got rid of Chicharito too. When he was in his 20s, that was bad. I thought that was a terrible. He was a really good player. He'd always scores a goal.
Always.
He was never a starter for me, but he was always good to have on as a bench.
Same with Welbeck. He was like Solskjaer. He always used to come on and score, like we needed him to. Yeah,
can I get you guys' opinion on something? It's to do with the Tielemans transfer.
Okay.
This is something I thought about when it happened. I was just thinking, you know how like we never sign anybody in January, right? If this release clause was valid in January, why didn't we do it in January?
Because we never wanted him.
I know, but it just sometimes I'm trying to give this ownership like the benefit of the doubt, but I just can't defend.
They didn't want him. It's as simple as they didn't want him.
So you think this was a panic move?
100%.
That's what I thought.
But
yeah,
they haven't planned it.
That doesn't mean a panic buy can be good buys. So I'm not saying like, Goldbridge is very like, that was not the plan A, B, C, D. Yeah, but like...
No, it wasn't plan A. We know it wasn't plan A.
Yeah, but I think you can have multiple plan A's. That's where me and him kind of disagrees. But anyways, my point is, like, if they wanted, like you say, you actually kind of answer your own question, because if they wanted Tielemans 6 months ago, they would have bought him 6 months ago for the exact same price.
Yeah,
so
and we have all that time that we fucking like faffed around in the fucking summer with Ederson. We have all that time back right now if we go ahead and make that signing earlier. But
also you can ask yourself the question: if we got Anderson or Tonali, do you think we'd buy Tielemans?
So I'm gonna like, because I'm born in Belgium, so I've got an affinity. Like, I like Belgium. I always like the team. I want them to do well, and I like Tielemans as a player. I actually thought we should have signed him.
Me too.
When he was younger.
But, yeah. No, I think he will still be a good player, but it's like we need a defensive midfielder.
Yeah. My thing is this. If this makes sense, you must both tell me if this does make sense.
And he's a better, longer passer than Mainu. I love Mainu, but we hype him up to the nth degree. He needs to improve on his long passing and through ball.
Yeah, but that's because we don't sign players in their position. That's what I said about Jarosai. We always do this with young players. So my opinion on Tielemans is that I like him, and I've always liked him since he was 16 or 17, because I played Football Manager. So I scouted him in like Belgium, and then I watched him on YouTube, and I was like, wow, I hope he goes to United one day. So I've always been like a super fan of him. So so if you put that to the side now, okay. But my issue is not Tielemans, and I'm positive at him at United. I don't think he's going to do good. So that's not my point is, if they were like in May or whatever, like bang, go and get him, I would be like, yeah, that shows they want him. But my issue comes with, oh, we want Anderson. Oh, no, it's too much. Oh, we want Tonali. Oh, no, that's too much. Oh, we want Bruno Guimaraes. No, he's too old. But then we signed a player who is exactly as old. Oh, no, we want Matheus Fernandes. And then
you know what really angers me about Ineos is that when they were talking about Elliot Anderson Matthias Fernandez, knowing full well they weren't going to go through and sign them just for PR. That's all it was. Just we have to kind of we have to keep the fans happy. Let's brief that we're interested in him, and they had no intention of signing him. Because that's what I hate.
No one was shocked by the price, except for like, yes, they were a little bit over, but not like we all were expecting a bit 100 plus or whatever for Anderson, and we all were expecting a bit like 60, something like that for Matheus Fernandes. So yeah, it was a little bit over, but it wasn't like, what? I can't believe it. Like, we all knew the price. So you are spot on, Tyrone. Like, they literally lied to us for 9 months because we know the price, they know the price. Forrest knew, like, everyone knew the price. So, like you say, Tyrone, they must have known. We are not. He's too expensive. We are not.
But the thing is, you know what annoys me as well?
Yeah,
we say he's too expensive. At this moment in time, 100 million is the market rate for a midfielder, and Man United should be paying that. I don't care what anyone says. You know,
I agree.
Yeah, we should be paying it.
I agree.
But we're not. We're not competing with the best. We're not doing it anymore.
And I don't know about you. I mentioned this earlier, but I thought, because we've known about Santos and that we've liked him for a while. Yeah. So it wasn't a huge surprise when we signed him, because we've been linked with him kind of in the past. But what really kind of got me was the fee. Like, Chelsea fucking rinsed us again.
What, do you think 48 million is too much for him?
That is a lot. They paid for like 11 million. Can you imagine Man United selling the same player who's got 34 caps for Man United's first team for 48 million? Can you imagine a world us doing that?
No, I can't.
We can.
No, I can't. No, I can't imagine. And that's the problem.
Thank you.
Problem, right? So the problem is not the price. It's not the market. He isn't overpriced.
We're the ones getting bent over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Santos,
it's never the other way around, is it?
The question is not, is Morgan Rogers worth that? Oh, I wouldn't. The question is, why are we not selling overpriced players? Because all the other clubs are buying overpriced players, selling overpriced players. That's the market. Nothing is overpriced. That's the fucking market of a house these days. So if you sell your house, the house is going to be sold for overpriced. So you don't mind paying overpriced for the next house you buy. But if you're a first-time buyer, that's overpriced. So I don't want to do that. So everyone complaining about overpaying and price, and sorry, but in my opinion, shove it up your because if we sold Xerxes, I don't know, for like, if Crescencio Somerville can go for like 70, 80 or whatever to Saudi, why can't we sell?
We'd never get that price.
No, but
remember when we tried to sell like Tellez to Saudi Arabia, and we actually made a loss.
Oh my god, I was so annoyed by the price.
That's peak Man United banter.
They sold like the left testicle of Danilo from City, and they got like 50 million. You know, I'm just joking, but like, I remember that exact transfer as well, because it was like, finally we are selling to Saudi, and then they were like, here's a packet of crisps, and I was like, what? Tellez is not like a wall beater, but everyone is getting like 50.
Getting rinsed FC.
So no, yes, 50 is a lot for Santos, but it isn't a lot if we sold Xerxes for, like, imagine if we were a club that had brains or whatever, okay? We would sell Mount to like Spurs or whatever for like 50, 55. We would sell Xerxes for 40, 45 to Saudi or whatever. We would sell Ugarte to some random shit club in Serie A for like 30.
Oh my god.
You get what I mean? And suddenly we have 100 million, and then we'd be like, suddenly that's Elliot Anderson. Like,
Ugarte's not on 250k a week. I don't know how we fool anybody to ask someone to pay Mount's wages. He's gonna go on a free. That's what angers me about that transfer the most. We could have gotten next summer on a free, but we didn't. It was fucking. Oh my gosh, dude. That was shit.
Okay, I came up with
We're
an
just giving-
analogy. It kind of works. Okay, but just imagine your house and it's a burglar. The burglar comes in your house. The burglar comes in your house and you say, "Get out of my house!" And he said, "No, I'll stay and have a cup of coffee." And I said, "No, you literally can't. It's my house." "Oh, okay, no, I won't leave. I will stay here and make myself a coffee." And I say, "Go!" And he said, "No, the couch is good." What's your point, Helgi? My point is, I say, what do a normal person do then? "I'll call the police." And he's like, "Oh, shit." That's what we don't do. We just let them sit and burglarize our house. I don't say, like, I'll call the police. And Helgi, what's the police in this situation then in the analogy? The police is the club or the manager saying, "You won't play. You won't play. Under 21s, you won't play." Oh, shit. Then they leave. It's simple as it's. People are like, "Oh, but who wants to take the wages? Who was not my problem?" I say,
exactly, yeah.
Because people are like, they are acting like this is like a Manchester United problem. Like, how do we solve this riddle, Helgi? I have never been like, dude. We are not the first team. Like, how? Like, if you open a book, how to sell a player that has wages like Mount, and you open up 101, it's tell him it's not a part of the plans.
But this is why not having a full sale was really bad for the club, because if it had been 100%. A full sale, you know, if it's a full sale, no debt, I know for a fact the Qataris would say to players, "Look, 100%. we're gonna buy out your contract," and then they'd have to go and find a new club. But like Ineos won't do that.
Shit teams even do this. Like shit relegation teams in the Premier League say to players, "You're not a part of our plans anymore," and they're like, "Oh, shit." But then I'm just going to stay here because people, when I've said this before to someone or whatever, they say, "Yeah, but what if Mount just says, yeah, okay, I'll stay in the reserves then?" Then I say, he's lost all credit and respectability, and when he comes back a year later, he's going to be they are going to move. Like in 10 out of 10 situations, I think the only situations I've ever known is like, I think Sterling did it at City, that he didn't play.
Yeah, you bring up a great Sterling. We should treat Mount like Chelsea treat Sterling. Like I don't have anything against Mount personally. He's a nice guy.
It's not treating them
he's
bad.
He's a waste of space. Yeah. He's a fucking useless because he's not fit and he's shit and he does nothing with the ball. He doesn't score. He doesn't assist. He's not a great defensive monster. He needs to be fucked off like right away.
But
we are like a homeless shelter.
I used to watch Mount for years.
Get soup. You don't have to go.
I've been asking what Mount does in the midfield for years. Even for England, he was always a passenger for me. He never had anything. There was nothing in his game. There was nothing in his game where I could say, "Oh, he made that through ball pass," or he dictates tempo here or there. He's just a passenger. I don't know why we signed him.
No, he gets it, gives it, and he's kind of he's really like a passenger.
Really. Oh, you guys, this saying, keep it simple. I want to stab everyone who says that word. I want to stab, not because I know keeping it simple is good. So I'm not like I'm obviously over exaggerating, but I'm just. You can't just say he's good at keeping it simple because it has to come out of sentences, mate. Like you can say that Busquets is good at keeping it simple, and break up attacks, and be one of the best defensive in the world, and you can't just say he keeps it simple and run around. Like I like players who keep it simple, like some players who does that or whatever, like David Silva, but they have so many other attributes. It's a part of who they am. But for United fans are like, man keeps it simple, and he runs around, and he looks nice in the new kit, and he's a nice lad, and Maguire like him, and he shoots. No, he doesn't. Like you can't say keep it simple is not. You get what I'm saying? It's not a trait. It's like saying being fast. Yeah, but Usain Bolt is fast. You know, he's shit.
One thing I wanted to ask you guys, you know, if Ineos hadn't come in, do you think the Glazers would have been forced to sell, like a full sale? Because some people think that would.
Yeah, it would have forced their hand. I mean, they. I know, like I work in real estate, and so I've like looked into their real estate
you
business.
You look like it. You look like it as well.
No, I know. I
like
just came back from the office today. Actually, it was like the one day a week. Like normally, so I work in the office on Monday and Wednesdays normally, but otherwise I work from home. So that's why I'm dressed up a little bit.
Looking smart.
Thank you. But yeah, they don't have any outside cash. All the cash is in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Man United, right? And it's all leverage. Well, most of the Man United stuff's leverage. They don't have money to invest into the clubs. They don't have anything. Their property management company is gone bust. I think it went bust in 2008, 2010 sort of crisis, right? There's a good BBC documentary I think you can find on YouTube and watch it.
Okay. I'll watch it.
So they're skint except for the sport franchises that they own. That is their cash cow. So they don't have any money to put in. So like if Jeff Bezos bought us, he'd have a shit ton of cash to put in, but that's not the Glazers, sadly.
No, but I mean, I know they've been taking out dividends like every year, haven't they? So I'm wondering where all that money's gone then. What have they done?
Yeah. Well, his father, what do you mean? Malcolm Glazer was like selling watches in Manhattan or something. No. Yeah.
Oh, like really, really quickly on that. It's like the arguments against my opinion, I think, is really shit when it comes to that, Tyrone, about selling, because I never say I think the Glazers would have sold. I say they would have had to sold.
Yeah.
They had zero. Like this was when they sold it. Do you think they want to sell United, the cash cow? No. The reason why they went to that was absolute last year. They could have bled the club out, so they had to do something. So because people say to me like, because I say if Ineos hadn't come and like this is basically like
they built them out.
They bailed. Yeah, that was the line I was. Yeah, they bailed them out. Okay.
Sorry.
And then people say like, no, but if because I say Ineos was literally the only thing that could have saved them. Yeah. And they did. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, which is like we can. Yeah, and that's what's most frustrating about it. The fact that Ratcliffe has gone in there and given them a helping hand. You know.
Yeah, so
and can I say something for the people that
I just have to finish that point. Like, so they say no, but if Ineos hadn't come, like, how do you know they would have sold it? And I say because they had to. Like they had no money left. They have bleed the club out. It's in debt. Old Trafford needs knocking down. And also, I've said to them, the regeneration project that was sent in 2017 by Glazers, and they got denied from the government. They wanted this way before Ineos, so they have already got a no from this because obviously they're American. So Ineos coming in with Sir Jim, he
British.
fixed it with the government. Like this is the best. This is the best. Yeah, like the government. They got those plans. Also, they kind of saved them. Also, they are like, imagine they're sitting in the States right now and sitting, okay, we don't want to spend money, but we've been spending money because we've been pressured to sometimes. And now they sit in their chairs and like, I can't believe we got a British guy. We got through the plans that we've been because he has connections. He gives us money to keep us in the club. And not only we don't have to spend the money we used to spend now because we have this wage cutting. Ineos are going to fix the club. Like they are laughing their head off by how stupid people are. They are laughing like, how do they believe like United are broke? And they're like, yeah, I know, Joel, that's crazy. And it's like they just believe everything that British guy says. Oh, we need to cut down and fire. Because if the Glazers did that, oh my God, there would be riots if they did half the things that Ineos did. But now, no, it's British. No, it has to be done. It has to be done. They have to fix the club. The club is in a mess. The club is in a mess because of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so, no, excellent point. What I was going to say is like the Glazers, they tried to do the scheme of the Class A and the Class B shares, right? So the people that buy the shares, right, they get a little amount, but they mean nothing. So it's just another phony way of like raising money where your shares are pretty much depending on the Class A shares that all the Glazers own, right? I think it's weighted like, I think it's like 75-25%. I mean, it's not weighted 1-1. So they always have control. But those that were sold on the New York Stock Exchange, I mean, anybody who bought them were just fools. You know, you're not getting a dividend. You're not getting any voting rights.
To take this point as well, how to say it? You're kind of wrong, but you're not wrong at the same time. Because I want to knock this up in like the Empire State Building. Like, we are not broke. We are not broke. Like, they kind of make us to be broke because they, like imagine they can. So my thing is, if they wanted to, they can go and withdraw money from their pocket, pay off the debt, and we're not broke. We are broke because they don't want to spend, and they've never spent. So we aren't broke.
Although I would say, Helge, I don't think they have. The Glazers don't have 1.2 billion cash to pay off our debt. It's all tied up in their sport. They'd have to sell something. They'd have to sell part of their Buccaneers ownership.
Yeah, but
they don't have they don't have a business outside of owning sports. Right?
No,
they're failed landlords now. They really are. Everything is into like they did a fucking trick doing what they did back in 2005 by a leveraged buyout to get the club, which is now illegal, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, there's special NFL rules that kind of like protects them because it's kind of a closed system, right? Cartel. Right? They get a shit ton of cash, guaranteed cash as an NFL owner. So that's their cash cow. They don't have money. All their assets is tied up in the sports franchise. That's why they look to sell, though.
That's what I mean. United is not broke. They are broke, which makes United broke. Right?
But they're greedy. That's why they didn't want to sell United for a reasonable price, which would have been £4.5-5 billion easily.
Yeah. And
they wanted 6.
On top of
but
that,
I'm sure it was Joel and Avram that were against it. I'm sure everyone, like the other people in their family, would have been more sensible and said, "Let's take."
100% true, Tyrone. Yes, the other siblings, I believe, was well reported that they wanted to sell, but those two greedy slime balls didn't want to do it. Yeah, slugs.
Which is annoying because the other family members should have just as much say as them two. Sorry, you went on mute, Helge, I think. Couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay. No, what I was saying was, okay, so that is like, they are kind of broke or whatever. Super smart then to start the stadium thing, right? Because normal people who would, if you cared about United, you would postpone that stadium and invest it in us now first. But the thing, like, that's my thing. Like, all of our, like, we are such a big club, and all our money goes to debt, player installments, and a new stadium, and nothing of that has to do with today or tomorrow or the next year. That's my issue.
we are just spending lots of money that should have gone straight into the squad on shit that is like not a fan's fault or whatever. They like the stadium, like,
and all that interest too. There's
Yeah.
been zero principal pay down since 2005, right?
and
It's
us
just
not
gone up.
selling, and us not selling players.
So all that interest has gone to waste.
So that's the issue for me. But yeah, we could go on and talk about Glazers, but I want to like put a fork in my eye. Like I hate those guys. And but yeah, it's a good question, Tyrone, about the because they would have had to sell. Like I don't even buy when other people says otherwise. I don't argue with anyone. I just say, okay, you can think that, because
pisses me,
I'm so sure of it. Like they would have.
About Nias, it's they gave him a way out. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, they did.
Yes,
they gave him a way out for sure.
They were the best thing that could happen to them. And like I've said to people, the only thing, and they say, no, but they could have come investments from other places. And I say, okay, let's play that scenario, mate. There comes an investment from Norway. There comes an investment from USA. There comes an investment from Asia or Africa. Let's say that, okay? And they say, yeah, like it wasn't only Ineos. And I say, okay. Imagine Norwegians coming to United and sacking the workforce.
Exactly.
Or Asians, people from Asia come and sacking the workforce, taking off wages from ex-legends, kicking staff members, and doing what they have done. A Norwegian, an Asian, American. It would be riots. Who are these Norwegian CUNTS? Who are these Asian CUNT? Like, the only thing, that's why I say, the only thing that could have saved them is a British, powerful dude with government who could have saved them. Like, it's not like Ineos saved them. Ineos, it was literally the only thing that, like, if you put Radcliffe but just a Norwegian, even that wouldn't work. It would be riots if they come, investments from Norway. And they did everything they did, and like, oh no, we're not going to sign players now. We are looking for the next Mbappe. Are we Brighton? So yeah, that's my point. Like, it had to be a British millionaire who could get. By the way, they wouldn't have got the stadium thing without him, because if it was a Norwegian or Asian or an American, they wouldn't have gotten that deal through with the regeneration of the stadium. Like, it had to be specifically them, or they would have So that's my point. I don't see why people don't understand that. Like, it's not like there wasn't another solution for them. Like,
He's definitely got. I know for a fact Ratcliffe has definitely got some friends in high places, particularly in government and stuff. So
sure, I think
sure.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. So yeah.
But
Sorry, Elliot.
Sorry, yeah. With that deal though, if you remember, I think like after 2 years, there was a deal that expired where the first refusal went away. I don't know if you heard that, right? So
yeah,
the Glazers could accept an offer, and Jim Ratcliffe couldn't do anything, right? I think that happened this year. So I don't really understand why he agreed to it, because it feels like the Glazers actually screwed Sir Jim Ratcliffe. Honestly, that's the only thing I can surmise. So,
but there's a lot of
that gives me worry about how confident SJR is, because I think he's kind of an idiot too.
No, but I've spoken to a lot of people, and they claim to me like there's no way Sir Jim would buy a stake in United without one day wanting a full control. So they reckon he's going to go.
Where is it though, Tyrone? I hope so. I mean, either put up or shut up, or fucking sell. I mean, we've got the worst of both worlds right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also Tyrone, like you say, like he wants to own it by himself, but my issue has always been how. He's never going to afford it, and if the plan is to even put the price even up, he's never going to afford that. Because I agree. Like, why would he but it's a vanity project, and also like
Ego.
Elliot, like you say, it's Hannah Montana but from hell. It's literally the worst of two worlds, because the thing is, like, Ineos. So this I do get. Glazers are shit houses that don't want to spend on the club. I get it. We've understood it. Ineos, I get them as well. Like, why, when I own 20, would I spend money on this when it's basically yours shit? So I get both sides. I don't get both sides, but you get me. So that's what we have. We have owners who never wants to spell and bleed the club, and then we have, because I get Ineos. Like, I would never own 20% and want to spend more than the main owners. Like,
but I do have to play devil's advocate though, because I mean, with the whole Gary Neville interview and him and Ratcliffe, I think he did. Gary Neville did ask him how much money have you lost. He has lost quite a bit of money since getting involved with United. He spent a lot of his own money, something the Glazers have never done, by the way. So I will give him some credit.
But Tyrone, all that spending he's put in, it's counted as equity. Right, it went from 25% up to 27%. So as the value of the club grows, if the stadium gets built, he's going to make good bank on that.
He'll make it back.
So it's not lost money. It's not like a free loan or whatever.
It's like an investment then.
Yeah.
Like put it this way, because I like when you play devil's advocate. Let me put it this way. Do you think he has become the richest man in Britain by
playing by the rules? Hell no.
No, but promise me, he hasn't lost money, and promise me number two, why would me believe a single word that comes out just because he says something? I don't believe a single thing. I used to do it in the start, like even benefit of the doubt, but if you go back and look at every quote he has done since he came, not a single thing has been true except for cost cutting.
I don't believe he's a Manchester United fan. I just think he sees Manchester United as a big opportunity to make a lot more money. That's all. It's definitely like an investment for him, you know.
Impact, like when they talked, him and Glazers, you know, they haven't talked about like developing youth. How should we buy? They've only talked about the pleasing the, how do you say it, stakeholders, the regeneration. That has been obviously the main focus. Like you can see on the pitch, mate. We have Maguire, Mount, and Shaw running around. Obviously, that's not their main. Like, Glazers haven't sat there be like, yeah, are you going to invest in a new left back? Because Shaw has been pretty much injured. Like, no, they haven't talked about the regeneration. So, he's not a fan. He has thought, I am very powerful, and this can make me a lot of money.
And I bet they've also spoken about, like, when the new stadium's built, I bet they've also spoken about what they want to do with the traditional season ticket holder. They'll probably want to get rid of that eventually and just have, you know, people going to the stadium pay as you go sort of thing.
So
it might get a lot more expensive when the new stadium comes about.
And that's what I said in the start, that this is like the thought that I don't like. When I think this thought, I do like this and just do this, because this is the most depressing thought about United, and I hate thinking about it. So I'm going to say like quickly, and then we don't discuss it. But this is the most depressing thought. This is like Ineos and Glazers don't want to spend money. They care about the stadium. When the stadium is ready, they're either going to sell both and get profit, or one of them sell and but that's their aim, right? So literally winning a league doesn't matter for them.
100% true, yeah.
And that's the most depressive thoughts, and we can go on to the next theme, but that's the thought I hate, because if you think that, then you really say we are never going to win the league while they are here, because you can see how different they act when we are in and out of Champions League. But when we are like second, they don't care. They don't like, oh, now we're going to really hit them. Like last time, I'm just going to say, last time when we were second with not Oli, but Mourinho, I was like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Like second with Mourinho. Do you know what summer we had? That was the Fred, Dalot, and Lee Grant.
Right, yeah, and Lee Grant, yeah.
That
was
those
shit.
three.
Oh my god!
When we ended second,
Yeah,
and that
Yeah, it was
so yeah,
terrible.
so that's the depressive thought I say. Like there is no world where we ever can win something, like unless we do like a Leicester one season. But that yeah, you know, but that's the depressing thought, I think, because if you ever think about that, like we won't ever if we get second 1 point away from first, we won't push on. Like they care about fourth, and that's it. Like they really don't care. Like why would they spend a hell of a lot of money for us to maybe win the title when they both are like, it doesn't matter for them.
Yeah, it's not their first priority. Like obviously they're not going to turn down us not winning, but as things stands, it's not the most important thing to them.
Yeah,
it's just like Arsenal when they built the Emirates. They want to kind of like keep us towards the top, so we get the Champions League money. But I think they're miscalculating. You can't do that now on a cheap shoestring budget, right? It's going to come back to bite us in the ass.
No, but that's why we are bouncing right in and out of, because we are balancing like in and out of Champions League. We are right there, and that is proof that we just spent exactly just enough money basically to be there in and around every year. But we are like, it's a proof. But I just have to say good night to Jeff, and it was so nice to talk to you. And
good night, Jeff.
Thank you for the super chat. Jeff. And sorry for making you depressed.
It is depressing.
So I want actually to round up the show, but I don't want it to end like this, because it's like, you know, when you play Football Manager, you can never go to bed with a loss, you know. So
okay, well, yeah, all right. So what about things to be positive about? How about that?
No, there aren't. There are.
There's not much. There's not much.
So therefore, the thing that we are finishing with is something positive that gives us warmth and stuff, and that is simply out of, like, obviously you have Ronaldo, Rooney, like the biggest, but let's remove those. So to Tyrone, who is your, like, doesn't mean he has to be the best player at United ever, but who are you like, oh, I just love that guy. That is like my shit.
Oh, what, when I was watching United growing up, you mean?
Yeah, it could be recently, it could be not recently because there's no one to love, but yeah, growing up, it will be growing up for all of us. But yeah, you know, like your guy.
Well, there are a few. So when I first started watching, obviously I was 5 years old, and it was Eric Cantona that kind of stood out to me.
But he's too big. I'm thinking of those, like, not Tevez, not Ronaldo, not Rooney, not Ferdinand, not Giggs, not Scholes, but like who are like players that you have been like, doesn't mean they have. You get what I'm saying? Like, because everyone loves.
So like a player what people wouldn't kind of think of.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, like a personal favorite. So it doesn't have to be like, I think he's one of the best that's ever played in the. It can be a player that played for us for 2 years, but you loved him that much, or personal favorite thing.
And
you too, Elliot, you can think about it, or do you have an answer?
Vidic comes to mind. I love Vidic.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Vidic was good. I liked Alan Smith as well.
Alan Smith was good.
Alan Smith. Yeah.
That was the first time I did the frosted tips. I loved Alan Smith. So I actually like that was I don't know, 5th grade or something, and I was the first boy in the class to ever do something with their hair. And they were like, "You look like an Easter egg," and I was like, "I'm Alan Smith, can't you see?" And they're like, "Alan Smith," and I'm like, "Yeah, he plays for United," and they were like, "No, I watch a lot of United," and I'm like, "Sometimes he plays." So that's a good shout.
Yeah, Alan Smith was quality. There's so many over the years, but yeah, he was one because I'd seen him at Leeds, you see, and when he was at Leeds, he always said I would never join Manchester United. So when we signed
I
him
remember.
and seeing him in a red jersey, it was a bit shocking.
The passion.
Yeah.
Number 14.
Quality player.
Mine is, without a doubt, I've always been so weak for Nani and Berbatov. I know Berbatov was like lazy and frustrating kind of, but I just was like, I've never seen a player care this little and be this good. And that fascinated me. Like, he literally went out there like it was a Sunday game and he did the craziest shit. I just loved how good and how uninterested he seemed. The like difference there
the
was
nonchalance.
Yeah.
Because
that's what I liked.
Ibra, Cantona, and other players have that nonchalant, but they look like they care. Like he just looks like he couldn't give two shits and just was on Marbella with a cigarette in his hand and just happened to be on Old Trafford and be like, yeah.
Did you? He scored a great goal, Berbatov, against Wigan, where he flicks it up over the defender and he chests it, and then he as he's falling down, he sides follows it.
Yeah.
That was such a great goal. It was a Scholes pass.
There's
I love
good
Berbatov.
There's good shouts. Yeah, oh my god, this is a good shout. I hated that he didn't work because I loved Kagawa.
So did I Shinji.
I hated that he didn't work, but we always played him. We've always done this, like we buy Mata, play him as a winger. Buy Kagawa, play him as a winger. We love to buy Mkhitaryan, play him as a winger. Like
Mkhitaryan was so good, man.
Yeah, we ruined all of them by playing them not as a 10.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah. Mkhitaryan was a great player.
I
loved watching. I loved watching him at Dortmund. Him and Kagawa at Dortmund.
Yeah, same. Also with Berbatov at Leverkusen was, and yeah, like my all-time favorite.
I was so happy. I know lots of people didn't like him at Man. I always liked him because he just he was kind of he wasn't like Berbatov.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he was close to Zidane, but he had that kind of Zidane touch. He's he wasn't quite Zidane's level, but he had that just.
I know what you mean.
It reminded me of Ibra. It reminded me of Ibra.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just great touch.
I've always and like I said Nani as well, because obviously your best memories as a football as a kid or whatever, like generally in life, when you are your most impressive, when you what's the word, when impressionable
yes.
When you're at 12, 13, 14, and when I was that age, that was when Nani and Ronaldo played. So obviously we took Ronaldo and those out of this conversation, but Nani was for me, I've never seen a player like him before or after that just shoots from 40 yards, that is thin and skinny, both feet, the celebration,
both feet,
the I never know what I'm getting from you vibe. Sorry, I know it's a bit toxic, but I love that about him. What Nani are we getting today?
Yeah.
Those are two of my.
I don't know about you guys. Everybody says Valencia was such a good player. He was never one of my favorites because he was too one-footed.
He wasn't one of my favorites
really
either. No,
I didn't really like him.
He
worked hard, but he's too right-footed.
He's too basic. He's quite basic.
It was a decent, good player, but nothing if you talk about United, he's not in my top 150, I bet.
I always used to think he's just too right-footed. He'd never touch the.
Yeah,
and never do anything with his left foot.
And maybe too one-dimensional as well, because you have.
Then we got Anthony. On it, on his other foot.
But yeah,
I was really disappointed with Anthony because the first couple of games I saw him in a United shirt, I was really impressed.
Same.
And then he just
look good.
He just nosedived quite quickly. It was so sad. I liked Raphael at right back. A lot of people tell me,
I liked him.
He could cross. He was tenacious. Quality.
Tyrone, you know the blue kit we had in 2008 when we won the Champions League?
Yeah.
I have that kit with Rafael on. How about that, mate?
Yeah. Well, that was
a great goal against Arsenal. Too.
That was his debut. Yeah, he chested it and he volleyed it with his left foot. It was an amazing.
Great.
That goal as well, and my first game was when I was 14, and at this time I bought like posters of Ronaldo and had on my walls, and I was so Ronaldo fan and I was so spoiled at the time by my parents. I don't even know why they said yes to this, but when Ronaldo switched colors, not Marshall Vapor like the model, but the color of the model, when he switched, I went and got a new pair for like £200 every time by my parents, because I had to have the same. I don't come from a rich family, but I don't know why they accepted. So just imagine this headspace. I went to see Ronaldo into 2008 when he had that 31 goal season. My first time at Old Trafford, and we played West Ham, and that's my brother's club. And he is like, my brother hates like dribblers, divas. He's like he hated Ronaldo, like wax in the hair, he hated like people like that. And he said, you're probably going to beat us, I know, my little brother, but as long as Ronaldo doesn't score, I'm okay. And I said, like, because I hadn't reached puberty just yet, so I was like, he's going. So we sit down, it's gone 2 minutes. Ronaldo runs in the right side, and he does the Ronaldo chop, like inwards, chopping in, and then the right back, the left back, of West Ham just slides like out where the throw in. Ronaldo goes a goal and scores. 2 minutes. We just sit down, and I just looked at him, and I was like, fucking hell. And we won 4-1. Tevez scored from 40 yards or 35 yards against his old club. Carrick long range, and Ronaldo scored one more. So, he
scored his second goal with a questionable part of his body.
Yes, his Cristiano Ronaldo Jr. before Junior. And Nani got a red card for headbutt.
Yeah.
So it was crazy game. So but okay, to finish off, thank you so much to the chat and to everyone. It's 4.5 hours. That's crazy. I don't know.
I was going to say quickly, when I said like things to be positive about, we can all reminisce about glory days of Man United. But I was just like saying, this up and coming season, what's to be positive about? I was gonna say like JJ Gabriel. Like I was really disappointed we didn't see him at the friendly. I was like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, we're winning 5-0. Why don't you throw him on?
Yeah, just to see him.
This would be a time to just see him.
Elliot, do you want to? I'm going to read my tweets during the game just because it's so funny what you said there. Let me see here.
Sure.
I think.
Okay, so this was during the game. So I said because this is about JJ. I thought I found it. Okay, just go on, Tyrone, and I'll find it in the meantime.
No, I was just thinking, like, obviously we've got an upcoming season. I'm just thinking about some of the good young players we're going to have in the squad. Like Lummers, Euro, Hayden Heaven. I'm really hope Jim Thwaites gets some game time because I've seen a lot of him in the reserves and I love watching him play. He's really good. He's got a really good free kick as well. Something we haven't had since David Beckham. So I'm really looking forward to that. Tell her like Bruno's got a good free kick. I'll give him that. But
Tielemans also.
Yeah, and
he's good at set pieces. Yeah.
No,
JJ Gabriel.
I found it. I said this was during the game. I said Carrick bringing JJ to the very north of Norway just for the amazing, important experience it will give him. And I then said, he might not get 5 minutes against a shit Norwegian side when we are 4-0 up, but don't worry, it will make him grow and evolve as a player. Obviously, I was being sarcastic, but it's just like, if you don't play him even then, like, when are he going? Like, the same with Thwaites. I really rate Thwaites as well. And like, what's the bloody future of those Fletcher brothers? Or like, they might be or whatever, but JJ is like, this is his last year of the contract, by the way. Like, we have to kind of,
yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, so I just don't like Thwaites and JJ. Like, every fan I talk to is like, yeah, like, they might be shit, but I can definitely see a future if things go the right way. But with those other players, like Williams did good. Don't like Williams at the left wing. He was good, but we all know he's not going to play for United. Like, we all know that. Like, we have seen academies.
Camison did well.
Yeah.
Jaden
But I'm
Camison
just saying,
did well.
those players in those positions, like JJ and Thwaites, why not play them? Why not play them? Because they are people we can see. Like Lacey, we can see having a future, so play him. But like, so it's nothing against those who played, but it's just Carrick. Yeah, I know. I just don't know. Like, why bring JJ with the squad? Like, I get for Champions League games, like, he doesn't play, but it's for the match day experience. But I don't get the logic of bringing him to the north of Norway to sit, like, being an unused sub against a shit Norwegian side, and when we even are 4-5-0 up, he's not going to get 5. Like, huh?
Yeah, people. All right, so we can, like, Amarim. It's a controversial topic, and there's so much I have to say on him. A lot of it's negative, but the one thing he did do, right? He did try to play like heaven in the defense, and he was doing really well. And then when he got suddenly fired, Carrick dropped him, and we didn't really see heaven unless there was an injury, and that kind of like pissed me off because it's like there's a really good player here, and okay, so we're gonna play Maguire and fucking Martinez and Shaw again and Dello. Oh,
and do you know? I don't know if you guys agree. So say if you disagree.
And he drops Euro too.
Yeah.
Pissed me off.
Just tell me if you disagree with this on that point, because I think the difference is, so I'm not saying like obviously Carrick did super well, so it's not nothing against that, but I'm just saying Amarim or Ten Hag or another manager at another club, they are thinking like of the future of a club, of like obviously didn't go with Amarim, so I'm not talking about that, but I'm just saying, but for me it sounds like when Carrick came in, it's like survival mode. Like, he wanted that job so badly, so I'm just going to, and people say, but it won't be that this season because now he got the job. And I say, if he has 2 bad months, he will get sacked or whatever. Like he is playing survival mode while other managers are playing like football manager,
and now those players expect to play, right?
Yeah. So it's much more safe for him to play Maguire and low block counter than trying to develop heaven and Euro. It's much more safe. Like, so it's not me being too negative, but I'm just saying but also when people say, yeah, but you can't always just prepare for the future because what about the now? And I agree with that. So there's a line between, you can't just develop because things have to be like with Amarim, you can't end 15th and say, yeah, but we're planning for the future. Yeah, but today is not good enough. So there is a fine line between it, of course, but I just feel like Carrick is really on like survival mode and really happy to get the job, and like he won't go out and like demand anything or whatever. So, but like I say, I support him because like nothing would make me more happy than him like shoving shit in my mouth and like, I proved you so wrong. I would be like, there's nothing more I love in this world.
Can I get your, because you're Norwegian and I like Ollie, right? Like we can discuss what happened to him as a manager. I quite a lot of it. and then it did go really bad. But if we're comparing Ollie versus Carrick, Ollie had a little bit more about him. I'm saying, like, in terms of like personality wise. I don't know.
100%.
What do you think?
The issue
Tyrone?
with Ollie, the issue.
I just think
issue with
Carrick is
everyone.
such a blank. Can he inspire anything? I'm not getting much charisma from this person. I love Carrick.
This is nighttime, so I'm going to use this word because I've not been allowed by Rich to use this word on the other chat. So I'm not going to use this word, but this is the best way, I think, because I used them privately with Rich. I think he's a cuck.
And that's a little bit
with a U.
I wouldn't go that far, but I know
with a U. With a U.
A cuck.
With a U, because and we have discussed this, me and Rich and stuff, and he says, like, obviously he laughed at first, but I say, but I genuinely mean it. I genuinely mean, I think he, like, United is the wife, and he could sit the wife getting, and he could be like, because I see the same in Southgate. They are so submissive. They're not even submissive. They are a cuck. You get me? Because submissive is submissive.
I agree. I've not seen any character from him.
No,
I saw a little from Ollie. A little bit.
I don't know. Carrick might be like, he might be completely different in the dressing room.
I agree.
He might be a bit more.
Yeah, but a part of being the head of, I want to see it. But I get like there's a difference between like airing all your laundry, and I get that. I'm not saying I want Conte Amorim on crack, but I'm just saying, like, I am entitled to my, like, if I say I don't like pizza, I'm allowed to say I don't like pizza. Like,
we're gonna see it though, aren't we, Helge?
Yeah.
Because we're gonna be, everyone's gonna tune into the Amazon documentary, and we're gonna see what characters.
Not only yes,
but the thing is, like I say, I'm allowed to say I don't like pizza, and people will say, "Oh, that's insane" or whatever. But I'm allowed to say that, like, whatever. Like, it's a taste thing, and for me, even if we won the league, kind of like, I want a manager that is like, it can be 100 different things, but it's just like, he's so boring. He's so
beige.
He's so boring, and that's just a personal thing. So that's nothing.
Yeah. He is boring. He is boring. I mean, Amorim wasn't boring. Amorim was a very, very good talker. It's probably got the AC Milan job, but the football was shite.
Yeah, no.
Sure.
So I don't.
Absolutely, 100% true. And not only that, he was stubborn. Like, I think he wanted to go, but he did not get, like, you got to win matches. So you got to, like, abandon your ideology a bit. Dude, you got to juggle that. You got to juggle both.
For me, it's as simple
I
as...
think Amorim went one way and Carrick's gone the other way. And we need a vision, and we need some result. We need a mixture of both. Because I'm not seeing any vision on Carrick.
I think there's multiple right answers to one question. That's my opinion. So that's why people say, so Rich, for example, he has said he completely disagrees with me. He says he loves Carrick being that way. He loves no drama. He doesn't say anything, doesn't give anything away. When we win, it's not too up. When we lose, it's not too down. Like, so I respect and understand. So people just are different in things. So I can see to him, I disagree, but I understand 100% your point. It's like, I like pizza, you don't like pizza. It's like that, but I just find him super uninspiring, and like, I just want him to say or do one, like his team, like the team he puts out, or the thing he's like, say or do one thing that gets me like, ooh, you're a bit naughty. Like, do one thing at least, please. You get me? So I'm not saying like he should go and slag off every journalist, or like put Maguire in a false nine or something, but just everything he does, like with the not playing JJ, like everything he can do that is boring and that I don't want. He's like, yeah, bring Rashford back. Yeah, I love Shaw. Yeah, I love Mount. Yeah, I love Maguire. Yeah, I love like I disagree with him on like basically everything that is, and that's just a taste thing. So I'm not saying I'm right and he's wrong,
Right.
but it's just
as long as he doesn't come out in the media and say I'm happy with what I've got, I'm happy with the signings. That will really.
He has already done it. We're in a good.
Oh, I didn't see that.
He said we're in a good place.
I agree. Like he did not like Tyrone. That interview was a little bit
horrible.
Yeah, that was a little bit disappointing.
Cuck.
You know, I'm not going to go that far.
No, but
right.
I just wanted to say that.
What I want to say, and I want people to revisit this point before, when like you've got people who were gassing up Amarin before he came. He's a good manager, but they're going to tear him down. It's going to be the exact same thing with Carrick, right? The people on TalkSport, all the outlets, right? If things go really bad, they're going to turn on Carrick like that. We don't give a shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you know what?
What happened last season? It's going to turn fast, and then the pressure is going to hit like a pile of bricks, and that's when we're going to see the real Michael Carrick.
You want to hear?
I don't think he's got the personality to deal with it. Now, we can have an honest discussion. I don't know what you think, Tyrone, but I don't think he's
job's broken so many people.
Yeah, but
yes.
Yeah, but Tyrone, can I ask you a question? Because I actually disagree with what Elliot says there. Do you know why?
Sure.
Why?
I think it will not happen, like he says, because all the people working in the media and his English and their colleague. So I think they will blame the players now.
It's Man United, though. You have to remember that.
Yeah. So we know Rory Jennings and all the others. But I'm talking about like all the Gary Nevilles.
There'll be an English bias buffer. I would agree with that.
And there is made
100%. 100%.
Keane doesn't like him though. I don't think Keane and Scholes like him, so they'll come down harder
because they don't care about that. They actually say it real. Like Keane is actually quite refreshingly honest about it. He doesn't care about.
I know.
Michael Carrick's English.
I think he will be much. My point is, regardless, like I think he will be much more protect. I don't think it will be like Wolves out like you saw with Ten Hag or Amarim and the foreign bias thing. I think it, but you aren't wrong. But
it will be out there, but a little bit less. But
I believe it will be.
Keane didn't think Carrick should get the job, but I remember him saying it. He was like, "Why is Carrick's not the right man for the job?" He actually said that he should go for someone better.
If he's saying it, shouldn't that be Neville saying it? Shouldn't be the biggest indicators that we shouldn't do it. I'm not saying they are always right, but how crazy for them not to support a guy that's won the Champions League. Like the human part of it. Like they love Carrick as a human being, as a player. They've shared so many amazing.
Well, there's a Keane and Carrick thing with his wife, right? If you remember, I don't know how much.
Yeah,
is if that's a thing, if that's a petty thing.
I think so.
I think it is because Keane's quite like that.
He's very petty.
He's very petty. Yeah.
Tyrone.
I know we were talking about Ollie earlier on. I think the only thing I had against Ollie, I'm going back on us.
No, but that's good.
It was when he apologized to Rashford.
Yes,
I didn't like that either.
Yeah, I thought, mate, why are you apologizing?
Behavior.
He was completely right. Yeah.
What I did not like about Ollie was he played players when they were injured, and he continued to do it. He ruined Martial. I've never been a fan of Maguire, but he played Maguire through injuries and made him shit.
If the club supported him and gave him a full squad, he wouldn't have to do it.
That's true. But he should have tried.
He should have had other players to put on.
I agree. I agree with that. But
Martial injured or Igalo? I take Martial. So
I remember that Leicester game. He shouldn't have played Maguire in that Leicester game where we lost 4-2, and that was the 2021 season where we got off to a really shitty start, and then Maguire was awful during that, and then he didn't have the balls to drop Ronaldo, Sancho. That was,
but that's where
that's where it really fell apart, and I was like,
yeah,
he doesn't know what he's doing.
Bringing back Ronaldo,
yeah,
but bringing back Ronaldo fucked them up big time.
Yeah.
As much as I wanted him back, because I didn't want to see him play for City, it was a big mistake.
He has said that in like, you haven't seen this probably because he has done not much, but a little bit media thing in Norway. But I swear to you, very little. I'm talking 2 interviews maybe since he left United in Norwegian, so not much. But in that one, that's like a sit down, like basically like the what's it called, Neville
overlap, because I saw that interview.
Yeah, with the
I saw that as well
with the table. No, not the overlap. It was kind of a Norwegian overlap.
Oh, I probably haven't if it's not in English.
And there he talked about things a little bit more freely because he knows, like, it's some things might come out, but you know. And there he basically said, if you read between the lines, because you know him, he is such a kind, good-hearted person, so he's never going to say anything rude, but you have to kind of read between the lines. And he basically said, like, I didn't want Ronaldo, we just had to do it. He couldn't go to City, we couldn't accept that. And he said, like, that fucked up the whole thing, because we had a good thing with, like, Cavani pressing from the front, and like everything was settled for the next season. And then he came, and so he can't sit in the table and say Ronaldo fucked up everything, obviously, because that would, you know, but you have to read between the lines.
Do you know what I like about Ollie though, is he had that kind of passive aggressive, like even when he was smiling, he was kind of being passive aggressive. Like,
he's the teacher.
I don't see that in Carrick. I see a bland individual.
I see
that's not giving a. Even with the Southgate, like I see some dial like on the emotion spectrum, but Carrick's gotta, you know, I love the player. I want him to do well. You know, the one thing that kind of bothered me, I remember putting this in one of the chats, is like, I think it's a little bit tone deaf. He's wearing like a fucking 400,000-pound watch. Do you guys know about that? Like when he's like,
no,
I was like, like what?
But like I
come
said,
on, man.
That's why I don't like
that. I was like, that can't be true. And then I looked at the watch. It's like, holy crap.
When I'm on kind of with Rich and stuff, I don't like to even kind of bring up Carrick, because it's all the things me and you are talking about now is like personal taste and has nothing to do with football. Kind of, it's just it does, but you know, and I want to be like, I have to support him. I have to support him and stuff, but I have to say, like, I'm allowed to say that when I was a pupil, is it called pupil at school?
Yes.
Student, when I played as like my managers and teachers, managers, I've always liked a certain type of personality that gets the best out of me, that gets me like, oh, and he's not that, and that's just it. Like all the teachers and managers and coaches that have got the best out of me, they hate to lose. They kind of throw things at me and say it how it is, but at the same time I can come and talk to them about anything. They are like really like scary. You don't want to disappoint them, but they kind of like they have an edge to them that makes them kind of scary, like you want to follow them, but at the same time it's not like a Nazi thing, like you're afraid to, like, if you don't do your homework they're going to slag you off. It's like more, I'm disappointed in you, and that stings kind of. But I like a bit of personality, of course, because I'm like very like animated myself, so it's just tasting, and it's really unfair to Carrick. I think everything I said I think is really unfair, because that's just
no, I'm torn because I love the player. I really like. I actually quite like. I think he did a pretty good job Middlesbrough. I think it's kind of unfair to say,
Yeah,
oh, he didn't
it
get
is.
them up. I mean, he got them. When you get into the playoff, it's kind of a gamble.
Yeah,
you can't really blame that on. He got them in. I don't mind that. What I mind is, guys, we're going into this season. We've had an entire summer. We're still going in there with fucking Steve Holland, Johnny Evans, who was the fucking loan officer that was out the door. He's still here as a coach, and Jonathan Woodgate. Is this the fucking A team? Is this the A team to win us the title? I'm thinking like this is
and that's the mic drop.
I've never liked Jonathan Woodgate, so seeing him in the coaching team at United is really horrible.
Virtual hype.
Yes, I agree. I'm like,
for no particular reason, Tyrone, right? It's like I just never like every time I watch this face on TV, I've been like for Middlesbrough and stuff. I don't know why. I don't like you. So I love that you took it up because it's but yeah, it's unfair to him, and like I say, no matter what manager we've got, if this is what they served, like they don't give him a chance. And yeah,
we're gonna play some really top like Champions League. We're not in the top seed. We're gonna play at least 2 top seeded teams. I don't see us winning. I don't care who we sign. I don't. Can you see us beating
imagine
PSG
our team,
or Real Madrid or
that's
Barcelona?
what I was thinking.
Or Bayern Munich?
I was thinking about PSG. I was thinking about Kvaratskhelia against our fullbacks.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
That would be a nightmare.
Oh my god, we're gonna get cooked.
Dembele against Shaw playing 2 games a week.
Oh my gosh!
Dembele playing against Shaw 2 games a week. Sure.
We've got to bring a new left back in. I'm sorry, it has to be.
God.
I know.
Yeah. But Ineos, I can't see them doing it.
But Elliot, you have the biggest missed opportunity though, because looking like you could have so easily went for Liverpool.
I know you're gonna say Risa.
It's not even like
I've done it before, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even like cousins. It's literally like brothers. You know what I mean?
No.
Well,
my parents are Scottish, so yeah, we're Nordic. We're part of the Nordic family, so.
But you're a lot more nice than him, I tell you. He's like never meet your heroes. He was never my hero, by the way.
Really?
He is.
Is he not a nice guy?
Really?
He's one of those.
Risa's got like a hot girlfriend, doesn't he? Like a hot wife, a hot blonde.
No,
they're not like together anymore.
No, he's been a mess. Like in Norway, he's kind of a ridiculed person because he's like, he's not a nice guy on and off camera. He's not a nice guy on camera, but like every time I met him, like off camera, he's been like really rude to waiters and he is like, I'm Jonan Arisa, like pay me respect, like to cab drivers, to like I stand in a queue for like
that's so rude.
I stand in a queue for like taxi, and there was this long queue, and he literally went out of the queue and like stopped a taxi, like so there was probably like 30-40 people in front of him, and he just went out, and people were like, what are you doing? And he was like, I don't give a fuck about your opinion. I'm Jonan Arisa. I've won the Champions League. Like 30, 40 people.
He did win it. Yeah. I don't think he started that game though. It was in the squad.
He's a real twat.
I think for Liverpool.
I saw him during the World Cup. He was in one of the FIFA seats. I don't know if you guys. I watched
I know
the Norway games.
He posted so much.
You saw him, Tyrone? Yeah. I was like, oh, there's John Arisa.
He's like Ferdinand light in terms of like obviously because of Norwegian.
Stupid opinions.
No, but that as well. But that's funny as well. He's tried to be manager so many times, and the last time he tried to be manager, he took over like up and coming good like in the first division women's team because he's failed in all the men's team. So he took over like a women's team that was like on the way up, and he had like, it was a documentary, it was like, you know, like the Amazon Prime, and he relegated them.
Wow.
And that was like his last job. So he's like, no, but what I meant about Rio Ferdinand, he is like, obviously because I'm Norwegian, so even though I don't follow him on Snapchat, I get up his shit all the time on Explore, and he is like posting every time, yeah, me and R9, like he loves to be like, yeah, I chatted with Zidane earlier today, and yeah, he agrees with me. Like he's such like Ferdinand, like they love, like, look at all these famous friends I got. Like, it's.
Well, that's terrible. Yeah. Ferdinand, I can't. Yeah, I just can't. It just doesn't have anything useful to say.
He chats a lot of shit.
He does so much shit.
The thing is, I think he's much smarter than like obviously it's like every opinion he has is because his mates, or he has to, like, he doesn't get to be ambassador of the club and slag off Ineos. Like all the opportunities, like obviously he's such a good friend with Sancho, Rashford and everything. So like if I can trust you, I don't trust any of your, like, if I don't trust some of your opinions, I don't trust any of your opinions. That's my kind of opinion, because
true.
Yeah, he gets, yeah. So, but at the same time, I'm like always been, not always, but when I grew older, I was like, I have to stop. When I was in my early 20s, I was like always, how do you say it? Getting annoyed by things not worth getting annoyed by. And as I've gotten older, I've been like, for example, with Goldbridge and stuff, or channels that I don't like, or like content creators I don't like. I've always been like, oh, nah, nah, nah. But as I've gotten older, I'm like, step one, don't watch them. Step two, step one. Like, so with Ferdinand and stuff, I don't get like annoyed by him and stuff.
No,
because
I
like,
don't get annoyed. I don't get annoyed by him.
No,
I just kind of like, and I was like, did you really say that? I just like, man, there's not much thought here. There's,
I promise you, if it was up to him, he would like bring Lukaku and Lingard and Sancho and Rashford back. Like he would have done that. Like gang, 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 gang. And then I can take a selfie with Vinicius, like when he comes to Arsenal. Oh, you're a baller, mate. You're cooking, mate. Like, just stop acting.
He says the most simple like arguments.
Yeah.
And then
it's like a 16-year-old TikToker.
Yeah, and he's
like, yeah, Vinny's the guy. Bellingham's a problem, mate. Wow, that's controversial. What an insight, Ferdinand. Wow. He turns up in big games, big man. Like, yeah, we know you want the interview and to go on his knees. Like, we know. Like, it's just. But like I say, you do you. Like, obviously, I'm a music geek and sit and like analyze and write text for like 8 hours a day. And some people would be get a life. So I respect
Berbatov, even when he's on English TV or I think he's on beat. Even though it's his second language, his analysis is like spot on, no filter, pretty good. That's why I like listening to Berbatov.
Same.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Okay, but it's 5 hours now. Yeah, okay, that's good. So thank you to everyone in the chat and stuff like that for being able.
Yeah, big up, Helgi. Thanks for having me on, Tyrone.
I'm probably
big up.
I'm probably not going to speak for like 3 days now.
Don Conegliano.
I'm so tired of hearing my own voice now. So it was good to get you guys on, but yeah, just sometimes let Rich or whatever, like it would be fun to get on or whatever, because like I said, we can't have like anyone can come on. That's dangerous. But at the same time, like you guys aren't dangerous. So I'm not talking about that, but there's been so many things where people have gone on and be like, yeah, and then boom, said something racist, and then the channel gets taken down. Like that's happened.
No, that's been my worry too. Yeah.
So it's very risky. So that's why you can't just try everyone or whatever. But I would just urge you guys to, you're not like pestering or whatever, like just ask sometimes, and it's nice to have people on. But like I said, I wouldn't be watching this or any other channel if they had like just a lot of random people, new people all of the time, because then it's so hit and miss who gets on. So it's a nice balance, but it was so nice to have you on, and don't be like shy and stuff. And thank you to the chat and also the suggestions and tips and stuff I'm going to send to Rich as well, because the channel is obviously for the people.
I'm in the US, so I can only do like maybe like this is a one-off maybe because you guys are going through the night, but on the weekends I can't really do. If there's gonna be like during the weekends, it's like noon, I'll be at work. I can't.
I'm just saying, like when sometimes it's just to the chat as well. Like people don't have to be like shy. It's
we've got the best community here. That's why everybody loves coming back.
Solis has come on
such a great host.
Come on more often, but the problem is I would love to do that, but my life is very like it's linear. A word like I literally work like 12, 14 hours of music every day and sleep. That's literally
are you a producer, Helge?
No, my income, let's say that my job is songwriter. So I travel to like most of Europe, like Lithuania, Iceland, Finland, Portugal, Spain, France, and write songs. So that's my job.
That sounds like a great life.
I just do that to fund my music. So my dream is to be an artist, so I sing and write my own music, but you have to have a job outside that. So I'm blessed to have like a job that has to do with music. But so I travel like a lot, and so I work with artists, and they could be like, I've got messages 3 a.m, like, dude, I'll book you a flight to Poland in 3 hours. Can you do it? And then obviously you get money for it, and I just, because I'm my own boss, and then you just have to do it. So it's very hard for me to like plan with Rich, because it happens so many times. I can do tomorrow, and then I have to travel, or the flight is delayed or cancelled, and I'm staying longer because they want to pay me for another song. Stuff like that. So my job is, I would love to go on more, but like for Rich, you would like to have someone dependable as well, and I'm not dependable because my job is very like
I don't think I'd be dependable either, because I'm currently working on a TV pilot, so I've been really busy.
Tyrone's an actor.
Are you?
Yeah,
he's
I'm an actor.
But where Elliot, whereabouts did you say you was in Arizona?
Yes.
I must be nice.
Phoenix.
Phoenix. Yeah, but it's
from not right now, man.
Isn't there like a homeless problem there? Don't you have like a real homeless problem in Phoenix, like with the real?
Yes, it's getting bad. It's mostly
I've seen documentaries
in California. California is probably worse, but I mean, if Phoenix summers were more bearable, we'd get more homeless people from California. I'm sure of that.
I've got a 10-year visa. I need to visit the US.
You should.
I've been in the US once, actually, right from Norway.
I've only been to New York.
You guys in the US, man, should hit me up.
I was in Florida, Orlando, like Savannah, and I see crocodiles and shit.
That's a good accent.
I've been seeing them crocodiles and shit, but don't worry. I was in Disneyland. I saw the Mickey and I saw the mouse. Oh, that sounded weird.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, I was 7, so it was crazy being 7 and being in Disneyland or World or whatever. You could be the random stream guy, Helge. Solilo says this, you could be the random stream guy. And that's what I say. I've said this to Rich. I've said, can't I be like, yo, I want to do a random stream right now, and just do a random stream, and that's my thing. Like, so people be like, oh, it's the split personality guy, and I'm like, and just appears suddenly like a wild Pokemon appears. So yeah, but I just, yeah, I want shit to look prettier, but like the layup and stuff to be like more. But I'm not technical at all. I'm very actually like old fashioned. Like I still write all my songs on paper and stuff. I refuse to do it on PC and stuff. I'm really like, I want to have a Nokia phone if I could.
Oh, those were the days. Snake and stuff. I remember.
Yeah.
Yep, 310. Yeah, they were great.
And like, I remember like the first I bought like on the back page of like, is it called Donald Duck?
Donald Duck, yeah.
What's the duck? The
duck.
You call it something else. In every country, it's a different name. The comic book with the duck and Minnie Mouse and stuff.
It'd be Donald Duck. I mean, I'm not
Daffy
really
Duck.
into comic books. Daffy Duck, yeah.
Is it Daffy Duck?
Yeah, the black duck. Yeah, Daffy.
No, not the black duck. The you know, the comic books when we were kids, you know, and there's a duck and Mickey Mouse and those things.
Yeah, it'd be trying to think.
Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck.
Daffy Duck. Yeah, Daffy Duck. That's the only one I can think of.
But I lost. What were we talking about?
We're just talking a load of shit, to be honest.
Was it accent? No. Oh, it was something.
Straight. Oh man.
Well, anyways, I'm fried.
So bye.
Yep. Hey, thanks for having me on. Good stream.
Well, at least we'll be able to look forward to next season. I'm going to be looking forward to Roy Keane ripping into the team every week. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be negative for negative sake. I really hope we have a great season, but
so do I.
I just don't see it.
It's so much more fun to be positive. So I want to be positive, but that's what I said earlier, like 16 hours ago in this video. But I said, like, instead of calling me like negative or whatever, like, give me something to be positive about. And it's not enough to be like, Andrew Santos has a nice smile. Like, it has to be something substantial, and there's not a lot to be positive about. So yeah. Yeah, it was Donald Duck.
I've really Donald. Yeah, I've enjoyed this stream though. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
thank you for having me on. No, thanks, Helgi.
It was really nice, John and Rita. I mean, Elliot.
Yep, Elliot, yeah.
Okay. I don't know how to do it. Like and subscribe, everyone, and comment down below.
Oh my God.